Welcome to Boring Cinema. Tonight, we gently revisit the story of the Shawshank Redemption. Settle in, relax, and let the film unfold slowly. The story begins in 1947 in a Maine courtroom where the air is heavy and still, and the light comes in thin through high windows, falling across the wooden benches in pale strips. A young man sits at the defendant's table. He is neatly dressed, composed to a degree that might read as coldness to someone who did not know him, though the truth of his composure is more complicated than that. His name is Andy Dufresne. He is a banker. He is 27 years old, and he is about to be convicted of a crime he says he did not commit. The courtroom has the particular atmosphere of places where outcomes are decided. A gravity that settles into the furniture and the walls over decades of proceedings. A weight in the air that has been accumulating since the building was first opened for this purpose. The gallery is not especially full, but those who are present sit with the attentiveness of people who understand that they are present at something important, something that will determine the shape of a life. The light on the high windows shifts slowly as clouds move outside. In the well of the court, the attorneys arrange their papers with practiced efficiency. The judge sits above them with the particular stillness of someone accustomed to presiding. The prosecuting attorney moves through the evidence with methodical confidence. 2 people are dead. Andy's wife and her lover, shot outside a motel in the dark hours of a summer night. Andy had a gun. Andy had driven to the motel that night with whiskey and rage barely contained. And he had sat in his car in the darkness watching the lit windows of a room he knew his wife was inside with someone else. These facts come out one by one in the courtroom, arranged in a sequence that points toward only one conclusion. Andy had motive. Andy had means. Andy had been present. The attorney makes these points in the flat, reasonable tone of someone describing a mathematical proof. He does not need theatrics, because the facts in this arrangement are theatrical enough on their own. Andy's attorney makes the argument for reasonable doubt with genuine effort. There were no witnesses, the gun was never recovered, other explanations exist. But the foundation of the defense rests on Andy's own account of events. And Andy's own account is that he drove to the motel, sat in his car, thought about going in, changed his mind, drove to a river bridge, threw his gun into the water, and then drove home. He did not kill anyone. He does not know who did. This sequence of events is entirely plausible in isolation. In the context of a murdered wife and her murdered lover, and a husband who demonstrably went to the scene that night with a firearm, it is not enough. Andy sits through all of this with his hands folded on the table and his expression measured and careful. He watches the proceedings with the focused attention of a man who has spent his professional life processing information carefully and rendering judgments about what it means. He is reading the situation. He is calculating probabilities. The difference between this situation and the financial analyses he is accustomed to is that in those analyses, he was the one doing the rendering. Here, others are rendering him. The inversion is strange and complete, and it is possible, watching him sit there, to imagine what it must feel like, to have a life of careful control and careful work suddenly placed in the hands of 12 strangers who are being asked to decide whether you are the person who did a terrible thing in the dark. The jury does not take long. The verdict is guilty on 2 counts of the murder in the first degree. The judge's voice is flat and even when he delivers the sentence, as though the weight of it has long since ceased to affect him. 2 consecutive life sentences. Andy Dufresne, banker, husband, quiet man, will go to Shawshank State Penitentiary. He will go for the rest of his life. Or so the sentence says. Sentences are documents. What they say and what happens are sometimes different things. The bus ride to Shawshank is made at night, which is a detail the film chooses deliberately. The prisoners sit in rows on the hard seats, shackled at the wrists and ankles, and through the windows, the main countryside passes in darkness. Trees and more trees, the occasional light from a farmhouse window far back from the road, the pale line of a river visible for a moment before the trees close over it again. The men on the bus are a collection of individuals whose shared condition at this moment is the one that brings them here. Some of them are frightened. Some of them have been here before to this institution, or one like it, and have already passed through whatever adjustment their first time required. They sit with the particular bearing of men who are making themselves take up less space than they might otherwise occupy, an instinctive compression that begins even before the institution has formally received them. When the bus finally stops and the doors open, the air that enters is cold and carries the smell of pine and damp stone. Shawshank rises in front of them. It is an enormous building, built in the last century from granite that has gone dark with age and weather. Its walls are very thick and very high, the stone cut with precision by men who were paid to build something permanent, something that announced its own purpose in its very material. Guard towers stand at the corners, and the lights mounted along the walls throw hard shadows across the yard below, illuminating the ground in distinct patches and leaving other areas in near complete darkness. The main gate is wide and heavy, designed at a scale that makes the men passing through it feel small. This is not accidental. The guards who receive the new prisoners are not cruel in any theatrical way. Their cruelty, where it exists, is quieter. It lives in the assumption of authority and the absolute confidence that every man stepping off that bus has already been decided upon, already been evaluated, already been placed in a category that makes the particulars of who they are or how they came to be here irrelevant. One of the guards, a man named Hadley, moves with the kind of practiced authority that has curdled over years into contempt. He does not look at the new arrivals so much as through them. He gives orders with the brevity of someone for whom the expectation of compliance has never once been disappointed, or at least not in any way that was allowed to matter. The warden who oversees Shawshank is a man named Norton. He is lean and precise and carries himself with the careful posture of someone who has thought a great deal about how he appears. He meets the new prisoners in a covered area near the intake building, standing before them with a Bible held in one hand. He is a man of strong religious conviction, or at least a man who has found religious language and religious imagery to be extremely useful instruments in the administration of a prison population. He speaks to them with the measured authority of someone who has delivered this same speech many times and believes in it with consistent sincerity each time. He tells them that hard work and decency will be rewarded within these walls. He tells them that the rules are to be followed without exception. He tells them that the two things he will not tolerate are blasphemy and disobedience, and that transgression in either category will be dealt with severely. He says all of this with absolute conviction. He seems to genuinely mean every word. The prisoners listen. The ones who are new to this particular institution, listening with the careful attention of people trying to read a new environment. The ones who have been transferred here from elsewhere, reading Norton against other wardens they have known. Some of the new arrivals are afraid. Some of them are past fear, or have placed it somewhere that they cannot easily access. Some of them, the ones who have been inside before, are reading the room with the patient expertise of people who understand that what a man in authority says and what he means are often related but not identical, and that the gap between those two things is where most of the important information lives. The prisoners are taken through intake. They are processed with the efficient thoroughness of an institution that has absorbed thousands of men before them and has refined its methods over decades. They are stripped. They are dusted with delousing powder, a process that is applied without ceremony or apology. They are issued clothing, gray, institutional, designed for function rather than comfort or individuality. They are given shoes. These are not small indignities. They are the opening stages of a process that the institution has developed very carefully. The systematic removal of whatever sense of self a person brought in through the gates. The clothes are gray. The shoes are identical to everyone else's shoes. When Andy Dufresne puts them on, the transformation is visible and strange. He looked outside the courtroom and on the bus like a banker, a man whose appearance carried information about who he was and what he did in the world. In the gray clothes, he looks like a prisoner. The institution has done its first work. The men are moved through corridors of stone, through heavy doors that close behind them with sounds that travel through the building until they arrive at the cell block. The cells are arranged in tiers, each one opening onto a railed walkway, the block rising several stories above a floor that echoes. The cells themselves are small. A bunk, a toilet, a small shelf, a hook on the wall. The spaces have been inhabited by many men before the current arrivals, and there are traces of this occupation in ways both visible and invisible. Marks in the walls, the particular smell of accumulated time, the faint sense of lives that have passed through and left residue. Each man is assigned his cell. The door is closed. The lock engages. And then the sound of that closing echoes up through the block and settles. For many of the new arrivals, this is the moment when the reality of the sentence arrives fully. Not the verdict in the courtroom, not the bus ride, not even the arrival at the gates, but this specific sound in this specific darkness, and the silence that follows it, and the understanding that sits in the silence, that this is the first of thousands of nights that will end exactly this way. Among the established population of Shawshank, there is a man who has been watching new arrivals for decades with the focused professional interest of someone whose business depends on accurate assessment. He has been inside long enough that he knows most of what there is to know about how things work here, which is to say he has been inside long enough to know what is needed, how to acquire it, how to move it through the institution without drawing official attention, and what any given individual is likely to need or want or be willing to pay for. He can get things, almost anything a man might want: a packet of cigarettes, a particular brand of beer, a warm coat, a poster for a cell wall. He is known simply as Red. His narration is the voice through which the entire story is told to us, which means that everything we see and hear and feel in the course of this film has been filtered through his perception and his long retrospective understanding. In another life, before these walls, Red was a young man who made a decision in a moment of terrible judgment, and the decision killed someone, and he was convicted and sent here. He does not resist this accounting. He tells it plainly when he tells it at all. He has been to many parole hearings over the years, and at each one he has sat before the board and said what he knew they needed to hear. Expressions of remorse, expressions of rehabilitation, the language of a man who has been suitably transformed by the institution and is ready to re-enter society. For many years, the board has stamped his file and sent him back, and for many years, Red has accepted this with the practiced equanimity of a man who has learned not to need the outcome he is asking for. He is not a bitter man. He has not made bitterness his companion, in the way that some men inside do, building it carefully around themselves as a form of insulation. He is observant and reflective, and possessed of a dry humor that he has cultivated over decades into something useful. A way of seeing the distance between how things are presented and how they actually are. A way of noticing what is happening without being destroyed by it. He watches, he thinks, he runs his modest operation with modest goals. He has arrived over the long years at a certain arrangement with his situation, which is not contentment exactly, but is something that functions in its place. Red watches Andy Dufresne step off that bus and makes his initial assessment. He sees a man who looks too neat, too composed, too internally organized to belong here. There is a quality to Andy that Red doesn't have a precise word for, something about the way he holds himself, the way he looks at the institution with his careful eyes, as though he is recording it rather than being received by it. Red's first instinct is skepticism. He has seen many men arrive with apparent composure, and he has watched that composure erode through the first weeks and months like soil in a hard rain. He bets against Andy holding it together on that first night. He is wrong, and it is the first of several times that Andy will confound his expectations. The first night inside is hard for every arrival, but it is different kinds of hard for different people. The cell block at night has a sound to it that is distinct from any other environment. The settling of stone, the voices of men in their cells, carrying in ways that the architecture amplifies and distorts. The distant sounds of the institution going about its nighttime routines. The particular quality of darkness that is never fully dark, because lights burn in corridors and towers throughout the night. Some of the new arrivals break. The sound of a man breaking in the night carries through the block in a way that is impossible to ignore or fully wall out. And someone among the new arrivals gives in to that breaking on Andy's first night. Not Andy. He lies in his bunk in the darkness and makes no sound. He remains still. Whatever is happening in him, whatever process of adjustment, whatever reckoning with the magnitude of where he is and how long he will be here, he keeps it entirely to himself. This quality, the refusal to make his interior life available to his environment, is one of the most important things about Andy Dufresne, and the film establishes it on this first night. He is not performing stoicism. He is not suppressing feeling behind a mask of calm. He seems genuinely and constitutionally to have access to some interior space that is not available to the institution. A room inside himself where his actual life continues, regardless of where his body happens to be. Understanding where this comes from and what it consists of is something that Red spends years trying to do. The early months at Shawshank are governed in part by a particular kind of threat that exists within any prison population. The threat of the men who have organized themselves around predation, who have identified new arrivals as targets, who move through the institution with the specific purpose of dominating other people because domination is the only form of power available to them. A group known among themselves and others as the Sisters, led by a man named Boggs Diamond, identify Andy as a target early on. They circle him, they test him, they approach in the way that predators approach, obliquely, in groups, in situations where the institutional authorities are conveniently elsewhere. Andy fights back whenever they come for him. This is not what Boggs expects. The financial type, the banker in the gray clothes, fighting back with the mechanical and focused determination of a man who has decided, at a very fundamental level, that certain things are not going to happen to him if he can help it. He is not large or strong in a way that makes him a physical match for the group that comes at him, and the fights cost him dearly in terms of physical injury. They cost him trips to the infirmary and trips to solitary as the institution processes the disturbances with official impartiality. And the official impartiality is a form of institutional violence in itself. The administration knows what is happening, knows who is doing it, and has determined that it is not worth the disruption to the balance of the institution to intervene in any meaningful way. But Andy keeps fighting back. And this establishes something that accumulates over time into a kind of reputation. He is not someone who will be simply taken. He will be hurt, he will suffer consequences, but he will not submit without making the submission cost something. This is a different calculation than most people around him are operating with. Most of the people who arrive at Shawshank and become targets of the Sisters make a pragmatic adjustment over time, finding accommodation through surrender of one kind or another. Andy does not make this adjustment, and the refusal is costly and brave, and also, Red comes to understand, connected to something deeper, to the same quality that keeps Andy's interior space protected, to the conviction that certain things belong to him and cannot be relinquished without a fundamental loss of self. Red watches Boggs and his group pursue Andy over these months with the detached, analytical attention he brings to all things, and he watches Andy refuse to be completed, and he adjusts his assessment again. He begins to understand that Andy is not merely a man with an unusual capacity to endure. He is a man with a particular relationship to his own identity, one that makes the usual instruments of institutional control substantially less effective than they would be on almost anyone else. This does not mean Andy is invulnerable. It means the vulnerabilities are in different places. The encounter that opens the friendship between Andy and Red takes place in the exercise yard in the afternoon during the hour that the men are allowed outside. The yard is a rectangle of cracked asphalt surrounded by stone walls and chain-link fencing topped with razor wire. And it has been in use long enough that the men who inhabit it have developed a complex informal geography. Sections where particular groups gather, paths that get walked in habitual circuits, spots near the walls where the sun falls in late afternoon, and where a man can sit with his back against the stone and his face in the light. The sky above the yard is a constant regardless of what happens below it, and the men who have been inside long enough have developed a relationship with that rectangle of sky that is partly practical and partly something more. Andy approaches Red in this yard with the directness of a man who has decided to do something and is doing it without unnecessary preamble. He introduces himself. He says he heard Red is a man who can get things. Red confirms this cautiously, assessing the new arrival with the practiced eye of someone whose business depends on accurate evaluation of character and intent. Andy makes his request. He would like a rock hammer, a small geological tool, the kind used for splitting rock and examining what's inside. Red is immediately curious in the professional sense. An unusual request suggests an unusual person. And unusual people are interesting because their requests are harder to predict and their angles are harder to see. He asks Andy about it, and Andy's explanation is simple and genuine. He likes rocks. He has always been interested in geology, in the enormous time scales that stone records, in the processes of heat and pressure that produce the structures visible in a cross-section of the right kind of rock. He would like something to do with his hands. Having a focused activity, an interest that requires attention and knowledge and close observation, seems to him important. In a place where the days are very long and structured primarily around things that are not of his choosing. Red considers the request. It seems benign. The hammer is small enough that it poses no obvious threat to the institution. He agrees to fulfill it. The rock hammer arrives wrapped in cloth, delivered through the ordinary channels of the economy that Red manages. Andy receives it with a quiet satisfaction that Red notices. Not the excitement of a man who has gotten away with something, but the more settled satisfaction of a man who has acquired a tool he intends to use for an actual purpose. Red has seen enough transactions to know the difference. He files this observation away among the others he is accumulating about Andy Dufresne. Their conversations develop gradually, in the way that real friendships develop in confined spaces where trust is a resource that gets spent carefully. They talk in the yard during the afternoon hour, in passing in the corridors, in the cafeteria when they end up near each other at the long tables. The conversations begin with practical things, the information that Red holds about how the institution works, which Andy receives with attentive intelligence, and the particular perspective that Andy holds on various things which Red finds increasingly worth hearing. Andy is curious about the world in a way that seems intact, not diminished by confinement, not narrowed into the specific preoccupations that tend to dominate inside. He notices things. He has thoughts about them. He is interested in what Red thinks in a way that seems genuine rather than performative. Red discovers over these early months that Andy Dufresne does not explain himself easily or at length, but that he is capable of great attention, both the giving of it and the receiving of it. When Red says something, Andy actually hears it. He retains it. He connects it to other things. This quality of genuine listening is rarer than it should be in any environment. And inside Shawshank, it is vanishingly rare. Most conversations in here are about exchange. Information for information, complaint for complaint, the verbal equivalent of a barter system. Andy converses differently, with the quality of someone who is interested in the conversation itself rather than in what it can get him. One afternoon in the yard, sitting in the sun against the stone wall, Andy asks Red what he would most want if he could have anything. One thing from outside, something specific. Red thinks about it without hurry. He says he would want a harmonica. He used to play one years before his time inside, and he has thought about it occasionally over the years. The particular thing that music does when it is made by your own hands. The way a simple melody can carry a quality of feeling, that has no other form of expression. Andy listens to this. He nods. He doesn't say much. But shortly afterward, through the regular channels of Red's operation, a harmonica arrives. It is a good one, not an afterthought. Red holds it for a moment before anything else, and in that moment, something settles between the two men that has not been there before. The routines of Shawshank assert themselves over the early months with a relentlessness that is both numbing and strangely stabilizing. Institutions that confine people for long periods have an interest in producing predictability, in making each day indistinguishable from the next, in replacing the variable rhythms of a life lived in the world with the fixed rhythms of the institution. The morning count, the lineup, the assignment to work details, the meals taken at assigned times in the cafeteria, where the food is plain and sufficient and never interesting, the exercise hour, the count again, the cell for the night. These are not the rhythms of a life. They are the rhythms of a system, and the system is indifferent to whether the person living inside it finds them bearable. Andy is assigned to the laundry in his early period at Shawshank, where the work is hot and physically grinding and conducted in a room thick with steam and the smell of industrial detergent. The laundry processes the prison's sheets and uniforms, and the garments of the staff, and the men who work in it move through long shifts at the machines, with the focused vacancy of people doing work that requires just enough attention to prevent real thought and not enough to provide anything else. Andy does the work without visible complaint. But there is about him, even in these early months, a quality of watching, of waiting without urgency for something to present itself. He is not passive. He is patient, which is something different. The prison has its own economy, its own hierarchies, its own culture of information and reputation and obligation. Red moves through this culture with the ease of long familiarity, and Andy observes it with the analytical attention he has brought to every environment he has inhabited. He asks questions that Red finds interesting. Not the questions of a man looking for angles or advantages, but the questions of someone who genuinely wants to understand how a place works, who the important people are, what the informal rules are that govern the spaces between the official ones. Red answers these questions with the pleasure of someone who is being recognized as knowledgeable by someone he's coming to respect. The warden's office is a space that Andy comes to know gradually, as his financial skills become known and requested. Norton's office has the particular quality of spaces inhabited by people who have thought carefully about the impression they make. The desk is substantial and ordered. The bookshelves hold texts appropriate to a man of seriousness and purpose. The frame needlepoint cross-stitch from his wife hangs on the wall and has been there long enough to have become part of the room rather than a decoration. The Bible is always present. Norton moves through this space with complete ownership, the specific ease of a man in a place that has been arranged according to his specifications and that reflects, with precision, the image of himself that he wishes to project. When Andy first sits across from Norton, with financial documents spread on the desk between them, there is an interesting quality to the interaction. Two men evaluating each other through the medium of numbers. Andy speaks the language of finance with fluent authority, and Norton recognizes this authority and adjusts his bearing accordingly, the way powerful men adjust when they encounter someone with the skill they need. The adjustment is subtle, and Norton would deny it was happening. But Red, observing from a distance, sees it. Andy has something Norton wants, and this changes the geometry of their relationship from the outset. It does not make Andy safe, but it changes the geometry. The rooftop is where the change in Andy's position within the institution becomes dramatically visible. It is spring, and a work crew has been assigned to tar a section of the prison roof, a job that brings them outside and up into the open air, with the sky fully above them and the town visible in the distance on a clear day. The ordinary world continuing at the edge of vision, while the men spread out across the roof surface with their tar brushes and move in the patient back and forth of physical work. The air is cold still, but the sun is out, and the quality of the light up here is entirely different from what is available in the yard. It comes from all sides, unobstructed, the kind of light that reminds a man of what the world outside an institution actually feels like to stand in. Captain Hadley moves among the work crew with his usual impatient authority, occasionally issuing corrections or instructions in the clipped manner of a man who considers oversight of prisoners to be largely beneath him, but necessary. He is talking to another guard about something personal, about money, about an inheritance from a brother who has recently died, about the government's intention to tax a significant portion of it. His frustration is specific and genuine. He has come unexpectedly into money, and he is losing a meaningful amount of it to a process he finds both incomprehensible and infuriating. The other guard sympathizes without being useful. Andy sets down his tar brush. The decision is visible in the small movement. The brush placed carefully on the edge of the bucket, a pause, a breath, and then Andy walking toward Hadley across the rooftop. The other men on the crew notice this and go very still, in the way that people go still when they sense that something significant and potentially dangerous is about to happen. Hadley is not a man who tolerates unsolicited approaches from prisoners. He is not a man whose response to surprise is measured. He turns to look at Andy with an expression that begins in irritation and moves toward threat with speed. Andy speaks to him calmly. He asks if Hadley trusts his wife. The question lands strangely. It is not a sentence that belongs anywhere near this rooftop, near this interaction between this guard and this prisoner, and the strangeness of it creates a brief suspension in Hadley's response, a moment where he is not yet certain what he is hearing. Andy continues before Hadley can fully formulate a reaction. He explains what he knows about the gift tax exemption, about the legal instrument available to a married couple that would allow the entire amount of the inheritance to pass from one spouse to the other without federal taxation. He knows exactly what he is talking about. The numbers he gives are precise. The mechanism he describes is real. The benefit is significant. Hadley listens. The expression on his face moves through its sequence with the clarity of a man whose internal processes are visible in the progression of his reactions. Suspicion giving way to calculation, calculation arriving at recognition, recognition of genuine benefit, producing a brief and unfamiliar uncertainty about how to respond to someone who has just done him a favor. He agrees to the arrangement. He asks what Andy wants for it. 3 beers apiece, Andy says, for each man on the crew. Hadley seems almost affronted by the modesty of the request, but he agrees. The beers arrive that afternoon. They come up in a cooler, and the men distribute them along the parapet of the roof and sit in the late afternoon sun with the cold bottles in their hands, and the town spread out below them and the sky open overhead. The work is paused. No one is being counted or processed or assigned. The guards stand to one side. For a few minutes, on this rooftop, the ordinary terms of the institution are suspended, and the men sitting in the sun are simply men sitting in the sun, drinking cold beer on a spring afternoon. Andy sits a little apart from the others, not drinking. He had not asked for beer for himself, watching the scene with a small, private satisfaction. Red sees this expression and understands something important. What Andy engineered here was not the beer. It was the moment. It was a small island of freedom created through the precise application of knowledge, and it had exactly the quality Andy wanted it to have. The reputation that accumulates from this transaction spreads through the institution in the organic way that useful reputations spread. Mentioned in passing, observed, gradually confirmed by additional examples. It becomes understood among the guards that Andy Dufresne has a specific and valuable skill. They begin to approach him individually and carefully, bringing their tax situations and their financial questions, placing them before him in the way that people bring things to someone they have recognized as competent. Andy accepts these consultations without evident resentment and without using them as leverage in any obvious way. He answers the questions accurately. He does the calculations correctly. He is useful, and he is useful in a way that is entirely his own, that comes from knowledge he brought in with him and that no institutional process can strip away. The assistant warden notices. Then Norton notices more formally. Andy is brought to the office, and the arrangement between them develops into something more structured. Tax preparation, financial advice, eventually the management of financial documents that Norton does not want to explain to his staff. Andy does this work at a small desk in the prison's administrative wing, surrounded by ledgers and files, a man whose skills have carved a space for him in the institution that is unlike any other prisoner's position. He has a desk, and quiet, and work that uses his mind. These are not small things inside a place designed to provide none of them. The transfer to the prison library comes as another increment in Andy's unusual institutional trajectory. The library is tended by Brooks Hatlin, who has been at Shawshank for decades, long enough that the history of the place exists partly in his memory, long enough that he has watched wardens come and go, and populations turn over, and the institution persists through all of it with its fundamental character unchanged. Brooks is gentle in the way of people who have spent a very long time in a constrained space. His movements are careful. His voice is quiet. His claims on the world around him are modest. He does not waste energy on resistance or complaint. He has settled into his life here with the acceptance of someone who has made peace a long time ago with exactly where he is. The crow named Jake is his companion and his charge. Brooks rescued the bird as a nestling from somewhere in the yard, fed it on cafeteria scraps and patience, and the bird grew into a fixture of Brooks's world and of the library, perched on the old man's shoulder while he moved through the stacks, riding the collar of his uniform jacket, occasionally escaping into the higher spaces of the cell block, to the exasperation of the guards, and the quiet amusement of the men who recognized in Jake a fellow creature living entirely by the indulgence of a larger institution. The bird and the man had reached an understanding. Brooks could not quite have said when Jake had become essential, but that moment was long past. The library is a room that has been accumulating its collection across many years of donations and the occasional formal acquisition, and the collection reflects this history in all its irregularity: paperbacks and hardcovers, westerns and mysteries, and the occasional work of greater ambition, reference volumes worn soft at the corners, magazines going back decades, a few shelves of material that seems to have arrived and never quite found its way out again. The room smells of paper and accumulated time and the particular quietness of spaces designed for reading. Andy tends it with the same attentiveness he brings to the financial work, with the sense of someone who has found a function and is exercising it with care. He begins to write letters. This is not dramatic. It is simply a man at a small table in the library with a pen and paper addressing envelopes in careful handwriting. The letters go to the state legislature, requesting funds for additional library materials. Andy writes one letter per week, steady and persistent. The letters building in their cumulative weight across months and then years. Some receive formal acknowledgement, most receive nothing. Andy writes the next one anyway, and the one after that, not with the burning urgency of a man who needs an immediate answer, but with the patient confidence of someone who understands that certain results require a certain volume of sustained effort and are not going to arrive any sooner than that. The legislature eventually responds, partly because the volume of letters has become difficult to continue ignoring, and partly because the specific and reasonable requests Andy is making are hard to refuse without appearing to have actively considered and rejected improving a prison library, which is not a position anyone in state government wants to be documented taking. A small allocation of funds arrives, then another. With the money comes an initial shipment, new books selected with evident care, and among them a phonograph and several record albums. Andy opens the crate in the library with the deliberate attention of someone for whom each item in it represents something beyond its physical self. The opera album is in a paper sleeve, a recording of the marriage of Figaro with a soprano whose voice is something extraordinary on the record. Andy holds it and reads the description on the back with the concentration of a man encountering something he has not thought about for a long time. He sets it carefully on the phonograph. He lowers the needle to the groove. The music begins. And this is the moment that the film holds with particular tenderness. Andy looks at the door of the office, at the public address system controls on the wall, at the room around him, and makes a decision. He locks the office door. He crosses to the public address panel. He positions the phonograph so the needle will not skip. He opens the channel to the prison speakers, and the duet from Act 3, the letter duet, two women's voices winding together in a conversation of extraordinary refinement and feeling, goes out over every speaker in Shawshank State Penitentiary. The music spreads through the prison the way light spreads when a window is opened, into the laundry and the workshop, down the corridors, into the cell block, out through the vents of the administrative wing, and across the exercise yard where the afternoon's population has stopped what it was doing and stands with faces turned upward slightly. The sound is entirely out of place here. It is not a sound that belongs to stone walls and guard towers and the mechanical rhythms of confinement. It is a sound that belongs to a different kind of human life entirely, to candlelight and formal gardens and the old European fantasy of elegance, to the idea that human beings can make something so elaborate and beautiful that it lifts the whole enterprise of being alive above its ordinary painful course. The men in the yard stand still. The count and the routine and the accumulated weight of their circumstances suspend for the duration of the music. Red's narration acknowledges with his characteristic directness that he has no idea what the Italian women are singing about. But he says the music felt in that moment as though it was about something so beautiful it made your heart ache. That for those few minutes, the men in Shawshank were free, not legally or physically or practically, but in the way that matters deepest, which is to say they felt, briefly and completely, that there was a world beyond the walls, and they were still connected to it, still able to be moved by it, still alive to it in ways that the institution could not fully extinguish. Andy receives 2 weeks in solitary for the infraction. He emerges looking thinner, a little tired around the eyes, but essentially unbothered. He sits with Red in the yard afterward, and Red asks him how he stood it. 2 weeks in the dark, alone. Andy says it was fine. He had Mozart in his head for company, and they couldn't take that away from him. He taps his temple and smiles. Red shakes his head, but the expression on his face is not quite skepticism. It is the expression of a man who is in the presence of something he does not fully understand, but has decided to respect. The education program that develops from the library's expanded resources is another example of Andy moving through his circumstances with the steady, creative energy that characterizes everything he does in this place. He begins offering tutoring in the evenings, first for literacy, then for the high school equivalency diploma. The program is voluntary, and the men who come to it come cautiously at first, unsure of the dynamic, uncertain whether academic work in this context is a humiliation or an opportunity. Andy approaches the sessions without hierarchy or judgment. He sits at the table with the workbooks and the pencils and goes over the material with whoever is present as many times as it takes, without impatience or condescension. He seems to believe, in a way that doesn't require articulation, that knowledge is a thing worth having for its own sake, and that the location where one acquires it is irrelevant to its value. Tommy Williams arrives at Shawshank with the particular energy of someone who has been moving through the world at high velocity and has never quite managed to find traction. He is young, younger than most of the men who have been here any time at all, and he carries his record with the mixture of nonchalance and embarrassment of someone who has been told too many times that he is making bad choices without anyone ever quite explaining how to make better ones. The petty crimes and the short sentences and the revolving door quality of his involvement with the justice system suggest a man who is not fundamentally inclined toward harm, but who has been operating in an environment where harm is the most available option. Red observes Tommy with the detached interest of someone taking the measure of a new element introduced into a familiar system. He is irreverent, disruptive in small ways that are more about energy than malice, and possessed of an intelligence that is running without direction. Andy sees something different in Tommy. He sees the restlessness as a sign of capacity rather than a character flaw, and he offers Tommy access to the education program with the particular quality of invitation that is not pressure, but that makes the option seem real and worth taking. Tommy works hard. This surprises him as much as anyone. He arrives at the study sessions with the slight defensiveness of someone who is not sure he belongs there, and over weeks and months, this defensiveness gives way to something else, to the specific satisfaction of a person who is finding that they can do something they were not sure they could do. He passes the high school equivalency exam, and his reaction to this is genuinely moving in its authenticity. Not the polished satisfaction of an achievement completed, but the raw, more uncertain feeling of someone who has changed their understanding of what they are capable of. Andy watches this with the quiet satisfaction of someone who invested well. And then Tommy tells Andy something that changes everything. They are in the library late in the afternoon, the other men gone, the light coming through the small windows at a low angle that turns everything in the room to gold and shadow. Tommy has been talking about his record, the petty crimes, the different institutions, in the unself-conscious way of someone who has stopped editing himself around the person he is talking to. He mentions a man he served time with in another institution, a man who had told him something specific that had impressed Tommy mainly as a story at the time rather than as a confession with implications. The man had killed a woman and her lover. He had broken into a motel room one night and shot them both. And he had gotten away with it while another man had gone to prison for the crime. He had told this story to Tommy with a particular pride. The pride of someone who had done something dangerous and gotten clear of it. The woman was a golf pro's wife. The location was a motel in Maine. The time was 1947. Andy's expression, as these details arrive, is something that the film allows to develop slowly across Tommy's face and then across Andy's own. The recognition is not immediate. Tommy doesn't connect the details to Andy until Andy quietly says his wife was shot at a motel, that the man she was with was a golf pro, that he was convicted in 1947. And then Tommy goes quiet, and the implication sits between them in the low golden light of the library, enormous and still. Andy had not committed the murders. The man who did commit them is alive and serving time in a different institution, and he has a cellmate who can testify to his confession. The path to exoneration, to the overturning of a conviction that has cost Andy 19 years, is suddenly and specifically available. Andy carries this to Warden Norton. He goes to the office with the documents, the information about Tommy, the details that match the known facts of the case, the outline of what a proper investigation would find. He presents it with the measured and controlled excitement of a man who has had years of practice at presenting financial information in a way that leads a careful listener to the correct conclusion. He is barely holding something, a quality in his voice and his eyes that is unusual because it is visible. Because for once, Andy is not managing his interior landscape into invisibility. Norton listens. He sits behind his desk, with his hands folded and his expression carefully neutral. He listens through the entire presentation, and then he tells Andy to get back to his cell. Andy looks at him. He says that Tommy can testify, that the case can be reopened, that this is real. Norton says the timing is difficult. Norton says these things have a process. Norton says to get back to his cell. And Andy, looking at Norton across the desk, begins to understand something he has not wanted to understand. That Norton does not want this to be resolved. That Norton's interest in the situation is not the interest of a man who cares about justice or innocence, or the proper function of the legal system. Norton's interest is in what he has. He has a man of exceptional skill who knows everything about his financial affairs, whose continued presence in this institution is extremely convenient, and whose departure from it would be extremely dangerous. to Norton personally. Tommy is transferred out of Shawshank within days. The transfer is arranged with bureaucratic efficiency, without warning, in the language of an administrative reassignment. That night, in the yard, Captain Hadley fires on Tommy Williams. The official account will describe an escape attempt. Tommy is dead before the night is over, and the paperwork processes the death with the same efficiency that the institution brings to everything. Andy is placed in solitary confinement for a month. He goes to the hole in the way that he goes to everything difficult, without visible crumbling, without the outward performance of devastation. The door closes. The darkness comes. He is alone with what has happened and with what it means. Tommy is dead. Norton has made his position clear. The legal path to exoneration has been closed by a man with both the authority and the motive to close it. Andy is here, and he will be here, and the institution that holds him is not a neutral mechanism, but an instrument being operated by a corrupt man for corrupt purposes. He emerges from that month of solitary changed in some way that is difficult to name directly. The change is not in the direction of defeat. Nothing about Andy looks defeated, and Red watches him return to his routines with careful attention to see if the something that was always there in him, the interior quality and that the institution had never been able to reach, has finally been diminished. It has not. But it has resolved into something more opaque. He is quieter about certain things, more interior, as though decisions have been made in the darkness of the hole that are now settled and do not require revisiting. He returns to the library. He returns to the financial work. He behaves to all external observation exactly as before. But his conversations with Red change slightly in tone. He begins to talk about the future more directly and in more specific terms than he has before. He talks about Mexico. He talks about a small town on the Pacific coast called Zihuatanejo, and he describes it in the particular way that he describes things that he has spent years constructing in his imagination, with the specificity of someone who has tested the details many times, who has refined the picture through long, careful thought until it is complete and stable and real in the way that thoroughly imagined things can become real. He describes the color of the Pacific as it comes over the sand in the late afternoon, the sound of the surf, the quality of the air. He talks about a hotel he would run there, small, on the beach, the kind of place where the pace of life is determined by the sun and the water, rather than by any institutional schedule. He tells Red he would need someone to help him run it. He says this without pressure, as information rather than a request. He talks about boats, what he knows about wooden boats, how they are made and maintained, how they can be acquired and restored. These conversations have the quality of something being carefully prepared. Red listens and is moved and troubled in equal measure, moved because the quality of Andy's imagination, the vividness of what he describes, makes Mexico feel almost present between them, in the exercise yard on a Maine afternoon. Troubled because hope of this specific concrete kind is dangerous inside Shawshank, and Red has seen men destroyed by hope that was never going to be realized. Andy tells Red about a specific place in Buxton, Maine, a field with a long stone wall running along its edge, and a big oak tree at the north end of the wall. Below that wall, he says, there is a rock that has no earthly business in a Maine hayfield, a black volcanic rock, smooth, clearly carried there from somewhere else. Andy says that if Red ever gets out, he should look for that rock and dig under it. He says this with the particular tone of someone imparting information that will matter later in a way that cannot yet be explained. Red files it away. He does not ask too many questions. He has learned with Andy that questions sometimes close doors that patience would have left open. It is during one of their conversations in this period that Andy says the thing about hope that Red will remember for the rest of his life. Andy says that hope is a good thing, maybe the best of things, and no good thing ever dies. Red pushes back on this with the gentle skepticism of a man who has watched hope make people reckless and careless and finally destroyed. He says hope can drive a man insane. Andy doesn't argue the point. He says what he says, with the quiet conviction of someone who is not speaking hypothetically, and Red doesn't fully understand the context yet. He will. The night that Andy Dufresne leaves Shawshank arrives in weather that seems designed for the purpose. A line of thunderstorms moving through Maine from the northwest. The kind of storm that makes the stone walls resonate and fills the corridors with the sound of wind and the percussion of rain on the roof overhead. The darkness is dense, the kind of darkness that exists only inside a storm, where even the usual light from the guard towers and the corridors is reduced and confused by rain and moving cloud. In his cell, Andy works with the careful deliberateness of a man completing a long and intricate project. He removes the poster from the wall, the last in a series of posters that have hung there across years, each one moved as the work behind it progressed, each one a cover that concealed a different section of the same ongoing excavation. Behind the poster is the hole that the work has produced, a tunnel carved through the stone plaster and the stone behind it, centimeters at a time over 19 years, using the rock hammer that Red acquired for him at the beginning of their friendship. The hole opens onto a vertical passage behind the wall that connects to a sewer pipe running beneath the prison, a pipe that carries the prison's waste under the outer perimeter and out to a drainage ditch beyond the walls. Andy changes into clothes he has been keeping in a waterproof sack, concealed behind the poster. He assembles the other things he needs and seals them in their own waterproof packaging. He works by feel and by memory in the dark. When everything is ready, he goes into the hole. The pipe is 300 yards long. He crawls through it in the dark and the filth, pulling himself forward through the muck of whatever the institution has been disposing of through that pipe for as long as the prison has been standing. The rain beats on the ground above him. The thunder comes in waves. He cannot see anything. He moves by feel and by the knowledge that there is an end to the pipe, and that the end opens onto the outside of these walls, onto air that has not been processed by the institution, onto ground that is not enclosed by stone and wire and towers. He emerges from the pipe on the far side of the perimeter, on the ground beyond Shawshank's outer wall, in the driving rain of the storm. He pulls himself out of the pipe and stands. He is filthy and wet and thin from years of institutional food and years of crawling work in a tunnel too small for comfort. He stands in the rain, and the lightning illuminates him for a moment. This man, this banker, this prisoner, this figure who has spent 19 years becoming someone who can do this thing that he just did. He spreads his arms. He turns his face up into the rain. The expression on his face contains everything. Red, narrating from a distance, says that he imagines Andy felt free in that moment in a way that is very hard to describe. A man who has paid a debt and come out the other side of the paying, with the world in front of him. The morning after Andy's disappearance brings the institution to a state of organized urgency. The count comes up short. Officers move through the block, They arrive at the cell that has been Andy's for 19 years and find it exactly as he usually left it. The bunk made, the surfaces neat, the poster on the wall. Norton arrives. He tells the officer to take the poster down. The officer pulls the poster from the wall, and behind it, in the stone, is the tunnel. Norton stands looking at it in a silence that contains many things. The recognition of what he is looking at, the understanding of what it means, the calculation of the implications for himself and for the institution. The implications are already in motion. Andy had been maintaining Norton's financial records for years with a thoroughness that served multiple purposes. He kept good records because he is good at keeping records. He kept copies of everything because he understood what the records contained and what they proved. He had been moving certain things through channels that Norton was not watching carefully enough, arranging documentation in locations outside the institution, placing it in the custody of a newspaper and of a bank under an assumed identity that he had been establishing for years with the same patient incrementalism that he brought to everything else. The documents arrive at the newspaper. The accounts contain enough to make the story clear and the evidence substantial. An investigation opens. Officers arrive at Shawshank. Hadley, whose loyalty to Norton had never been complicated by any particular moral complexity, is arrested without ceremony. The large, loud man diminished in handcuffs to just his size. Norton, in his office, with the investigators at the door and the Bible on his desk and the framed needlepoint on the wall, makes a calculation that is the last calculation he will make. The gunshot is heard from the corridor. His judgment cometh, and that right. Soon, the needlepoint had said. Norton had always believed it applied to other people. Brooks Hatlin's release from Shawshank runs as a kind of counter-melody through the film's middle section, placed there deliberately so that we can understand what is at stake when Red himself is eventually released. Brooks had been inside for 50 years when his parole finally came through, and his response to the notification was not celebration, but something closer to grief. He had been inside long enough that the institution had become the only coherent world he knew. Its rhythms, his rhythms. Its people, his people. Its walls, the boundary of everything familiar. The prospect of release was not freedom. It was exile from the only home he had. He said goodbye to Jake, the crow taken away before his departure. Protocol requiring it. The small bird looking at him from the officer's hands with the unreadable attention of a creature that cannot understand why the person it has always been with is not taking it along. Brooks moved through the gate and into the town and into the halfway house and into the job at the grocery store. And the world outside the walls was not comprehensible to him in the way that home is comprehensible. The people moved at a pace that felt violent. The choices were too many and too arbitrary. The absence of walls was not freedom, but exposure, a kind of nakedness that had no comfortable resolution. He carved his name into the wood of the room at the halfway house. Brooks was here. In the same way that an animal marks the wall of its enclosure to establish the fact of its presence in the only way available to it. And then he was gone. He had been, as Red would say, institutionalized, shaped by a structure until the shape was the only one he could inhabit. The word carries everything, not just a sociological observation about long-term prisoners, but an existential one about what happens to a self when the only available environment is not free. Red watches Brooks go and understands that he is watching his own possible future with complete clarity. He is old enough and may side Lee long enough that Brooks's trajectory is not foreign to him. He knows what has been done to him over decades inside these walls. He knows the degree to which his ways of moving through a day, his ways of reading a situation, his ways of being comfortable, have all been calibrated for an environment that will not exist outside these beings. This knowledge is not the same thing as immunity from the condition. Understanding your institutionalization does not undo it. But Red carries one thing that Brooks did not carry, or not in the same way: a promise, a field in Buxton, a tin box under a volcanic rock at the base of an oak tree. When Red's parole finally comes, it comes with the particular quality of things that have been deferred so long that their arrival no longer feels entirely real. He walks out of Shawshank on a morning of ordinary weather, carrying a small bag, wearing clothes that do not fit quite right, into a world that has continued changing without him for decades. He goes to the halfway house. He takes the grocery job. He rides the bus and watches the town move around him with exactly the vertiginous, exposed feeling he knew he would have. He carves his own name above Brooks's name in the wood of the halfway house room. He lies awake at night feeling the open air of freedom pressing on him in a way that is more threatening than restful. He thinks about getting caught on purpose. He thinks about committing some minor violation that would send him back. He thinks about how easy it would be, and how the walls would close around him again, and how the closing would feel like relief. He tells us this directly in his narration, without apology or sentimentality. He had been afraid of exactly this response in himself, and now it is here, exactly as he feared it would be, and he is trying to decide what to do with it. He decides to go to Buxton. He takes a bus on a day of autumn sun, sitting by the window as Maine passes outside. The trees in their October colors, the fields open and wide. He gets off at the right stop and walks through the fields with the directions Andy gave him turning in his head, looking for the stone wall, looking for the oak at the north end, looking for the volcanic rock that has no earthly business in a Maine hayfield. He finds it. He digs with his hands at the base of the rock, the earth cold and loose around it, and his fingers find the tin box. Inside the box is money, more than Red expected, folded into a careful bundle. And inside with the money is a letter, Andy's handwriting, careful and small. The letter says what it needs to say. That Red is reading it means he made it out, which is good, which is what Andy hoped. It says a little about Mexico. It says the Pacific is just as blue as he imagined. It says something about the meaning of the word hope, and it asks Red, asks without asking, to come find him. To remember the hotel and the boats and the blue water. To come to Zihuatanejo. Red sits in the October field for a while with the letter in his hands and the sun on the grass and the trees giving back their color to the light. He makes a decision. He violates his parole. He gets on a bus heading south, and then another bus heading further south, and then another moving through the country toward warmth and water, afraid in the way that he said he was afraid but going anyway. Because the man he is trying to become, the man he is choosing to be in this field and on this bus, is not the man who let the fear make the decision. The last image the film gives us is a beach in Mexico. The Pacific is there as Andy promised. Blue, open, spreading to the horizon, without walls or wire or towers. The sand is bright. The light is extraordinary. Red walks along the shore. This older man in worn traveling clothes, carrying everything he owns, looking out at the water, and then up the beach, and then finding in the middle distance a figure working on a boat. The man is kneeling beside the boat, working on the hull, unhurried in the sun. He looks up. There is a moment of recognition that crosses both their faces at the same time. A recognition that carries everything the film has built across its long and patient run. 19 years and a rock hammer, and a soprano's voice over a prison intercom, and 3 beers on a rooftop, and a harmonica, and a tin box in a main field. And all the mornings counted, all the evenings counted, all the cells closing and reopening across the long catalog of time. They walk toward each other across the sand. The ocean is very large behind them. The film ends. Now that the story has gently unfolded, it can be interesting to reflect on some of the ideas behind the film and what it was reaching toward in its long and patient telling. The most central question in The Shawshank Redemption is ancient and simple. What does it mean to be free? The film is careful to honor the full weight of confinement. The stone walls are real, the guards are real, the violence and the institutional violence and the grinding erasure of individual identity are entirely real, and the film never asks us to minimize any of this. It does not suggest that Andy's inner freedom makes his physical imprisonment acceptable or less damaging. The suffering is genuine, and the years are real years. And yet the film is equally interested in a different question that runs alongside the obvious one, whether freedom is primarily a condition of the body or a condition of the self, and whether there are people for whom the second can be maintained even when the first is entirely absent. Andy Dufresne represents one answer to this question, and it is an answer that the film presents with great care rather than with the false simplicity of inspirational narrative. Andy is not free because he is especially virtuous or because the universe rewards his goodness. He is not free because he simply decides to be free and finds that decision sufficient. He is free. In the interior sense, the film keeps circling, because he has resources that the institution cannot confiscate. He has specific knowledge that gives him practical leverage. He has an imaginative capacity that allows him to maintain a detailed and vivid picture of a different future. One specific enough to function as a destination rather than merely a fantasy. He has a quality of patience that is so deep, it is more like a character trait than a strategy. The patience of a man who has always been willing to work slowly towards something distant. These qualities are not transferable. They are not a model for how other people should respond to confinement. They are simply what Andy has, and the film is honest about the fact that almost no one else in Shawshank has them in anything like the same measure. The preservation of Andy's inner life is accomplished through a combination of disciplines that are all forms of the same refusal. The refusal to allow the institution to define the boundary of what is real or possible. He keeps his knowledge active because the financial work requires genuine intellectual engagement that the institution provides despite itself, since Norton needs the work done. He keeps his imagination active through planning. The hotel, the boats, Zihuatanejo, held with the specificity of something real rather than the vagueness of a daydream. He keeps his sense of beauty available through the library, the music, the small geological specimens he tends. None of these preservations are permitted by the institution. None of them are forbidden by it, because the institution does not fully comprehend them as acts of resistance. They are acts of resistance conducted at the level of selfhood, below the threshold of what the official mechanisms of control are designed to detect. When Andy puts the opera over the prison loudspeaker, the act of resistance becomes briefly visible and is punished accordingly. But the punishment misses the point of the act entirely, which was not to defy the institution in any practical or permanent way, but to make a declaration, to announce that the beautiful exists and cannot be regulated, that human feeling in its most refined forms is not the property of any authority, that there are things which move through walls. The 2 weeks in solitary that follow are the institution's response, and the response is correct in institutional terms. Rules were broken and the punishment is applied. But the solitary confinement cannot undo what the music did, cannot return the men in the yard to not having heard it, cannot close the window that was briefly opened. Andy knew this when he opened the channel. The punishment was already priced into the transaction, and he had decided it was worth it. The tunnel is the most prolonged and literal expression of this same logic. 19 years of work, centimeters at a time, conducted in the hours after lights out in the darkness behind a poster on the cell wall. The excavated material carried out in pockets and scattered across the yard over years. The scale of this patience is difficult to fully comprehend from outside. 19 years is not a meaningful unit of human experience in the way that months or even individual years are. It is long enough for children to be born and grow to adulthood, for whole periods of history to open and close, for an entire generation to move through its formative years and arrive at middle age. Andy began carving the tunnel when some of the film's audience had not yet been born, and finished it in the hours before dawn on a rainy night without ceremony or witness. The work was never heroic in any visible moment. Each night's increment was invisible. The heroism is only legible from the perspective of the completed escape. Looking back at the sum of all those increments and understanding what they add up to. This is the film's most sustained argument about patience as a form of power. We live in a culture that is deeply invested in speed, in the idea that outcomes should follow effort quickly, that the value of a strategy can be assessed in its immediate results, that waiting is a form of passivity. Andy's tunnel is the opposite argument. It says that certain outcomes require a certain duration of sustained, invisible effort, and will not arrive any sooner than that, and that the willingness to work on that timescale is itself a form of strength rather than a form of resignation. Andy is not waiting for circumstances to change. He is changing circumstances himself, one small movement at a time in the dark over years. The character of Red gives the film its emotional texture in a way that Andy alone could not. Andy is extraordinary. His qualities are admirable. And the film knows they are extraordinary, treats them with appropriate awe. But Red is more accessible, and his relationship with Hope over the course of the film mirrors something more familiar. Red is a man who has been inside long enough to regard Hope with the wariness of someone who has watched it destroy people. He has seen men arrive at Shawshank with Hope intact and leave it in pieces, ground down by the daily work of the institution. He has watched Hope become a source of suffering in the people who clung to it past the point where the circumstances supported it. He has made a kind of peace with his own situation that depends on not wanting too much, not expecting too much, keeping his wants calibrated to what the institution can actually provide. Andy disturbs this arrangement. He is evidence that hope, specific, active, maintained through work rather than merely felt, is not inherently destructive. He is evidence that the interior room that Red has given up on finding can exist and can be maintained through a specific quality of disciplined attention. Red's gradual adjustment to this evidence is not quick or complete. He resists it. He pushes back. He maintains his skepticism, even while his description of Andy in the narration reveals a deepening appreciation that amounts to wonder. He loved Andy. He didn't have a word for what Andy was. He didn't need one. The question of what the institution does to people who stay inside it too long, the question of institutionalization, is examined most fully through Brooks Hatlin and through Red's own recognition of himself in Brooks's story. The film is precise about what institutionalization means. It is not simply a matter of losing certain skills or habits that are useful in the outside world. It is something deeper, a reorganization of the self around the structures of confinement, so that those structures become the scaffolding on which identity itself depends. When Brooks is released, he is not merely unfamiliar with the outside world. He is unable to be himself outside the walls, because the walls have become constitutive of his self in a way that went unnoticed over 50 years of gradual accumulation. Red's awareness of this in himself is one of the film's most honest and painful moments. He sees Brooks and knows immediately that he is seeing a version of his own future, and the knowledge does not protect him from the pull of the same collapse when his own time comes. He feels the terror of open air. He feels the seductive pull of violation, the small crime that would take him back to the walls, back to the comprehensible, back to the place where the self he has become can continue to function. He feels all of this and narrates it without flinching, because honesty is the particular quality that his long retrospective perspective has produced. He went through it. He knows what it was. He does not dress it up. What saves Red, if salvation is the right word for it, is the combination of Andy's example and Andy's specific instruction. The field in Buxton, the rock, the tin box, a direction to move in, a destination that is not abstract but particular and addressable. Andy gave Red what he himself had always had. A specific future held in the mind with enough concreteness to function as a counterweight to the weight of the present. Not a vague hope, but a place with a name and coordinates, and a friend waiting in it. This is the gift that Andy leaves for Red, and it is calibrated with the precision of someone who understood, after years of friendship, exactly what Red needed and did not have. The film's treatment of Norton is not a simple portrait of villainy, though he does villainous things. Norton is a man who has arranged his self-concept around a narrative of righteousness. He is a man of God, a fair and even-handed administrator, a servant of justice and order. He believes in this narrative with genuine conviction, or has believed in it for long enough that the conviction has become automatic, self-maintaining, no longer requiring active inspection. The corruption that runs beneath the narrative is not in conflict with the narrative, in Norton's own experience of himself. He has simply made the adjustments required over years, small compromises, then larger ones, each one rationalized, each one absorbed into a self-image that remains fundamentally unchanged because the self-image is never examined. The cross-stitch on his wall, "His judgment cometh, and that right soon," is the most concentrated expression of this. It is not ironic decoration placed there by a man who is secretly laughing at his own hypocrisy. It is a sincere statement of belief, placed there by a man who genuinely believes he is the righteous man in the room, that judgment will fall on others and not on him, that his certainty of divine approval has not been compromised by the money laundering and the corruption and the murder of Tommy Williams. The tragedy of this, if tragedy is the right frame for Norton, is that the certainty has survived everything. The gunshot in his office at the end is not a moment of self-revelation. It is the last choice of a man who cannot face judgment precisely because he has never examined himself closely enough to know what he is. There is something worth noticing about how the film uses memory and narrative, which is to say, there is something worth noticing about Red. Red is not simply the person who tells us what happened. He is the person through whose experience and understanding and long retrospective intelligence everything in the film has been filtered and shaped. What we receive is not raw footage of events, but considered experience, a man's life work of making sense of an extraordinary period and an extraordinary friendship. The narration has the quality of something composed over many years, tested against memory and feeling and the accumulated perspective of a long life, until the words carry the weight of genuine reflection rather than the lightness of simple description. When Red says that he hopes the Pacific is as blue as it has been in his dreams, that he hopes, the word carries everything the film has spent its running time building. It is the same man who told Andy that hope can drive a man insane. It is the same man who described himself as the only guilty man in Shawshank, taking ownership of his past with a directness that his parole board could never quite produce in him. He is afraid, and he is on the bus, and he is moving toward the blue water. The word hope in his mouth at the end is not naive. It is the hardest thing he has ever said. The Pacific, as Andy imagines it and as Red moves toward it, functions as the film's most persistent symbol of open possibility. Not escape exactly, not freedom in the simple sense of the absence of walls, but something more specific and more interesting. Andy says that the Pacific has no memory. He means this literally. The ocean does not maintain records, does not file convictions, does not conduct counts. It is simply open water, changed by nothing that has happened to either of these men, available to them in the same way it is available to anyone who arrives on its shore. It is the world outside the institution that does not know what they have been, that will not define them by it, that offers a surface on which a different life might be built. The Pacific is large enough and indifferent enough to allow beginning again. This is what Andy has been rowing toward through the stone and the sewer pipe and the rain for 19 years. This is what Red is riding toward on the bus, afraid and going. The film moves slowly, and this slowness is itself an argument. It does not rush toward the escape or the revelation. It spends its time in the middle years of Andy's time at Shawshank, In the years that would be easiest to condense or skip if the film were primarily interested in plot mechanics, because those years are where the actual substance of everything lives. The daily rhythms of the institution, the slow growth of the library, the small conversations in the yard, the seasons cycling through the rectangle of sky above the exercise yard, the annual parole hearings, the nights. These are not filler content placed between the dramatic events. They are the film's actual subject. How a person passes time that has been taken from them. What they hold on to as the time passes. What slowly, despite everything, leaves them. And what, in a very few cases, is growing in the dark behind a poster on a cell wall. The friendship between Andy and Red is the film's emotional heart, and it earns its weight through accumulation rather than declaration. There are no dramatic confessions between them, no formal statements of affection, no scenes where the friendship itself becomes the subject of conversation. What there is decades of small, consistent acts of attention and care, fulfilled across hundreds of yards and many years, tested by circumstances that would dissolve lesser arrangements and found, at the end, to be still present. Red does things for Andy without knowing why exactly, responding to something in Andy that he finds worth responding to. Andy does things for Red that demonstrate he has been listening, actually listening, in a place that has very little use for listening. The harmonica is a small thing. Everything they became to each other after the harmonica is built on the foundation of that small thing, which is the foundation of genuine attention. And so the story of the Shawshank Redemption leaves us with a quiet reminder that the walls which confine us, whether made of stone or made of circumstance or made of the stories we have accepted about ourselves and our limits, are not always as permanent as they appear, and that patience maintained over time is a form of power that the largest institutions are not designed to neutralize. Andy Dufresne spent 19 years in the dark, working steadily, holding on to something the institution could name as nothing more threatening than a hobby. He emerged on the other side of those walls on a rainy night and stood in the open air with his face turned upward. And the rain came down, and he was free. Red crossed a continent toward a beach in Mexico on a bus, afraid and going, carrying hope the way a person carries something they have decided to be responsible for. The Pacific shone in the afternoon light. Two men found each other on the sand, and that was enough. Rest well. Our next story begins in a different place with different people and a different journey. Welcome to Boring Cinema. Tonight, we gently revisit the story of Forrest Gump. Settle in, relax, and let the film unfold slowly. A white feather drifts through a pale and cloudless sky above the city of Savannah, Georgia. It moves without hurry, rising and falling on small, invisible currents of air, spinning slowly as it goes. The feather is unremarkable in itself, soft and white, a little worn at the edges. But it moves through the frame with a kind of effortless grace that holds the attention completely. It rises higher on a warm updraft, then tilts and begins its slow descent, passing over rooftops and treetops and the quiet streets below. The feather eventually settles on the pavement beside a pair of worn shoes. The man wearing those shoes reaches down carefully and picks it up, turning it between his fingers for a moment. He opens the old paperback book on the seat beside him and places the feather between its pages with gentle deliberateness, as though it is something worth keeping. Then he closes the book, adjusts the box of chocolates resting on his lap, and looks out at the street in front of him with calm, patient eyes. His name is Forrest Gump. He is sitting on a bench at a bus stop in Savannah, dressed in a neat pressed suit, with his hands folded loosely over the candy box. He seems perfectly content to wait. A woman sits down beside him and glances at him briefly, and without any urgency or preamble, Forrest introduces himself. He offers her a chocolate from the box. She politely declines. He nods, unbothered, and settles back into his easy stillness. He tells her that his mama always said life was like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. And then, as naturally as breathing, he begins to tell her his story. He has been waiting here a while, he explains. He has plenty of time. The words come out in the same unhurried, careful way he does everything. And the story he tells is longer and stranger and quieter than anyone sitting at that bus stop might expect. The bench itself is a modest thing, a slatted wooden seat painted a soft green, set beneath a large oak tree whose branches extend over the sidewalk and throw a gentle, dappled shade across the pavement. Savannah's streets have a particular quality in the middle of the day. The light is warm and slightly hazy, the kind of light that makes everything feel a little slower, a little more considered. Spanish moss hangs from the trees along the boulevard, stirring barely in the small movements of air. It is the kind of afternoon that seems designed for sitting still and listening. The story begins in Greenbow, Alabama in the early 1950s. Forrest grew up in a white two-story house set back from a long country road, surrounded by open fields and old trees. The house had a wide porch and a garden, and the rooms inside were filled with the small details of a life built steadily over years. The kitchen was always warm. The windows looked out onto the yard, where the light moved across the grass in long bands through the afternoon. There was a particular quality of quiet to the place that only country houses have. Not silence exactly, but the presence of natural sounds rather than mechanical ones. The wind in the trees, the creak of the porch boards, the distant sound of birds in the late afternoon. His mother ran the place herself, taking in boarders to keep the household going. She was a warm and resourceful woman who had strong opinions about nearly everything and shared them generously, particularly with her son, who listened to all of it with careful attention. She cooked in the mornings before the boarders were up and cleaned in the evenings after they retired, and somewhere in the middle of all this practical work, she found time to tell her son the things she believed were worth knowing. She told him about decency and about effort, and about the particular value of being kind to people, even when kindness cost something. Mrs. Gump was the kind of person who believed that ordinary words could carry the weight of serious philosophy if you chose them thoughtfully enough. She had a way of explaining the world to Forrest that cut through complexity and arrived at something true and simple and useful. She told him he was no different from anyone else. She told him that stupid is as stupid does. She told him that a person doesn't need to understand everything about life in order to live it well, that presence and effort and genuine care were sufficient tools for most of what the world would ask of him. These sayings settled into Forrest's mind the way seeds settle into soil, slowly and invisibly, becoming something that grew without his quite noticing. As a small child, Forrest wore metal leg braces that extended from his ankles up past his knees. The braces corrected a curvature in his spine that had developed in his early years. They were heavy and made a rhythmic, mechanical sound when he walked, and they slowed him considerably. Running was barely possible, and even a quick walk required genuine effort. The world moved at a pace that his body could not always match, and he spent his earliest years navigating that gap between what he wanted to do and what his legs allowed. Other children could be unkind about the braces. Children at that age often don't know what to do with difference, and so they sometimes respond to it in the clumsiest possible ways, with staring, with whispers, with avoidance. Forrest absorbed all of it without obvious distress, in the same way he absorbed most things, steadily, without making too much of it. His mother had made sure he understood that other people's assessments of him were not definitions of him, and he seemed to carry that understanding in his body even if he couldn't have articulated it in words. On his first day of school, Forrest climbed aboard the yellow bus slowly and looked around for somewhere to sit. Most of the children looked away as he moved down the aisle, or found reasons to turn their faces toward the window. He moved through the bus in that awkward silence until he reached the seat where a girl with long brown hair was sitting calmly, watching him approach without any of the usual hesitation. She said the seat beside her was free. Her name was Jenny Curran, and from that single simple offer of a seat on a school bus, the most important and enduring relationship of Forrest Gump's life began. Jenny was different from the other children in ways that were difficult to name directly. She was quiet, in a way that contained something rather than expressing nothing. She noticed things. She was not put off by Forrest's braces or by the particular way he spoke or moved through the world. She treated him with a directness and an ease that was entirely genuine. And he recognized this quality in her immediately and trusted it without reservation. They began walking home together in the afternoons, cutting through the fields behind the road, and those walks became the steady center of Forrest's early life. Jenny lived with her father on a farm not far from the Gump house. The farm looked pleasant from the outside. Old oak trees shading a worn farmhouse, fields stretching out behind it in the warm Alabama light. The red clay of the earth around the buildings held the heat of summer long into the evening, and in the mornings the dew collected in the grass until the sun burned it off. From any distance, it looked like the kind of farm that appears in photographs meant to represent something idyllic about rural American life. But what happened inside that house was not pleasant, and Jenny understood from an early age that the world contained places where it was better not to be. She had learned to find shelter in small places, in the fields when she could get away, in the fork of a high branch in one of the oak trees where she could sit and feel temporarily beyond reach. She prayed from those branches sometimes, eyes closed against the sky, asking to be turned into something that could fly away. Forrest knew that things were not right at Jenny's house without being able to fully understand what was wrong. He knew that she sometimes came to school looking tired in a particular way, and that she flinched at certain sounds, and that she preferred being outdoors to being inside. He knew that she walked quickly when she passed a certain stretch of road, and that her eyes sometimes went somewhere far away when she thought no one was watching. He didn't ask too many questions. He just stayed close to her and remained the one constant she could count on. And this constancy was the most useful thing he had to offer. It asked nothing in return. It was simply there, the way the sky was there, the way the fields were there in the morning when the light came through the trees. One afternoon, when Forrest was a few years older, a group of boys on bicycles spotted him walking along a dirt road and began shouting at him, then riding toward him with obvious intent to cause harm. This was not the first time something like this had happened, but today Jenny was nearby. She called out to him from the side of the road, telling him to run. He looked at the boys coming toward him, and then he ran. At first, the braces resisted him. They clanked and scraped against the road as he tried to push his legs faster than they were built to go. The boys on bicycles were gaining. But then something shifted. The force of his running, the urgency of the moment, the pure physical effort of it. Something gave way. The braces began to crack. Bolts loosened. Metal pieces fell away piece by piece as he moved, and beneath the breaking hardware were legs that were, it turned out, perfectly capable of tremendous speed. He ran through a field and through a fence and through the middle of a football practice in full swing, players diving out of the way as this boy came barreling through without slowing down. The coaches stood at the edge of the field with their mouths open. The boy was fast. Startlingly, inexplicably fast. They made note of it. The braces were gone, left behind on the dirt road in pieces, and what remained was a young man whose relationship with his own body had been fundamentally and permanently revised. Those legs would carry him further than anyone in Greenbow could have anticipated. His speed attracted the attention of the University of Alabama's football program, and Forrest arrived at the university in the late 1950s with a small suitcase. No particular understanding of what college was supposed to mean, socially or politically, and an absolute willingness to do whatever the coaches asked of him. The campus was large and brick red and full of young people moving between buildings with a purposefulness that Forrest observed with interest, but did not try to fully absorb. He found the social landscape of university life somewhat complex, and he navigated it by doing what he always did, by being himself entirely and without modification, which meant that some people found him strange, and others found him entirely comfortable to be around. His job, as he understood it, was to run. When someone handed him the ball, he ran until they told him to stop. He didn't overthink the play or question the strategy or worry about what the defenders were doing. He ran with complete commitment in a single direction, and it worked with a consistency that his coaches found almost philosophically remarkable. He was a player who did one thing completely rather than several things adequately, and in certain positions, in certain game situations, that absolute completeness was more valuable than versatility. He became genuinely good enough to be invited to Washington as part of an All-American team, where he met President Kennedy in a brief and pleasant exchange. The White House was larger than he had expected, and quieter inside than the outside suggested it would be. The president shook his hand and made the kind of comment that presidents make to young athletes, something encouraging and well-phrased about the country's young men and the future. Forrest said, "Yes, sir," and "Thank you, sir," and was escorted to a reception where a great deal of food was available. He found the food excellent and focused on it with characteristic thoroughness. His time at the university passed in the way time passes when a person is occupied with work they are genuinely suited to, steadily, without dramatic incident, filled with the repetitive satisfactions of improving at something. He practiced, he played, he went to classes, and he listened to the world around him, changing in ways he was aware of without being fully immersed in. The early 1960s were a period of significant social change in Alabama and across the South, and the University of Alabama was not insulated from this. History was being made at close range, and Forrest was present for some of it in his characteristic way. There, without quite knowing what he was there for, witness to events whose significance he couldn't fully frame, but whose emotional register he could feel clearly enough. Meanwhile, Jenny had grown into a young woman who was finding her own way through a world that had not been entirely kind to her. She was at a small college, playing guitar in coffee houses, singing folk songs in a quiet voice to small, appreciative crowds gathered in rooms lit by candles and the amber glow of old-fashioned lamps. She had a gift for music that went beyond technical competence. She brought something genuinely felt to the songs she sang, a quality that other singers could hear and that audiences responded to even without being able to name what it was they were responding to. She sang about longing and distance and the desire for something better, and she meant all of it. She was searching for something she couldn't quite name, drawn toward beauty and freedom and the promise that life could be organized differently from the way she had experienced it growing up. She was drifting toward the cultural currents that were beginning to move through American life in the early 1960s. Civil rights, music, the gathering sense that change was possible and perhaps imminent. She read things and listened to people and went to gatherings where the ideas in the air were urgent and alive. And she found in all of this something that answered a need she had been carrying since childhood. The need to believe that the world was bigger and better than the particular corner of it she had been assigned. Forrest and Jenny stayed connected through these years in the way that some friendships do. Not always present in the same place, but existing as a constant in each other's understanding of the world. They wrote letters. They visited when they could. The feeling between them remained steady and unambiguous on Forrest's side, and complicated and deep on Jenny's, though she expressed it differently and at different times. After finishing at Alabama, Forrest received a letter from the United States Army. The year was somewhere in the mid-1960s, and the draft was drawing young men from every corner of the country into a conflict that was still being understood and argued about in kitchens and living rooms and halls of Congress. Forrest reported for duty with the same straightforward compliance he brought to most things. He packed his bag and went where they told him. Basic training introduced him to a group of young men from very different backgrounds, all of them moving through the same demanding schedule of early mornings, physical exercise, and instruction. Most of the men were adjusting, some of them struggling, all of them figuring out the particular social economy of military life. Forrest adapted without difficulty. He did what he was told with reliable thoroughness, and the structure of the schedule suited him well. On the bus from the induction center, Forrest found another seat beside someone willing to share it. This time it was a young man from Bayou La Batre, Louisiana, named Benjamin Buford Blue, who went by the name Bubba. Bubba was round-faced and soft-spoken, with the particular ease of someone who has grown up in a specific place and absorbed its rhythms completely. He knew the Gulf Coast, knew the water, knew the particular quality of early morning light over the bayou, and he knew shrimp. The shrimping knowledge came out almost immediately. Bubba began listing the ways shrimp could be prepared with the fluency and passion of someone reciting something he deeply loved. Shrimp cocktail, shrimp soup, shrimp stew, fried shrimp, broiled shrimp, shrimp on a skewer, shrimp in a salad, shrimp with grits, shrimp in every configuration the Gulf and human ingenuity could produce. He could go on for a long time, and he often did. Forrest listened to all of it without impatience. He found Bubba's certainty about shrimp genuinely calming, the way other people find certainty about anything calming. What Bubba really wanted was to have a shrimp boat. His family had worked the water for generations, and he had grown up understanding the business from the inside. The costs and the rhythms and the particular satisfaction of coming in from the Gulf with a full net. He had a plan, well considered and straightforward. He needed a boat and a partner, and he laid this out for Forrest over the course of the bus ride with the same detailed pleasure he brought to discussing shrimp preparation Forrest said yes. He didn't need to think about it very long. Bubba seemed like someone who knew what he was talking about, and the arrangement seemed sensible and good. They were assigned to the same barracks and the same unit, and the friendship deepened through the weeks of training and then through the long transit towards Southeast Asia. They talked about the shrimp boat the way other men talked about their families or their hometowns. It was the future they were holding on to, the reason the present was worth enduring. Their commanding officer was Lieutenant Dan Taylor, a man whose bearing and manner communicated immediately that he took military service with great seriousness. His family had served in every major American war, and men in his family had died in most of them. This history was not merely a source of pride for Dan, but a framework through which he understood the meaning of his own life. He believed that he was meant to serve and that he was meant to die in service, and that these two facts gave his existence a shape and a direction. He ran his platoon with exactness and expected the men under him to meet his standards. He was fair in his way and capable, and the men respected him even when they found him difficult. Vietnam itself arrived in the senses before it could be understood intellectually. The heat was the first thing, a damp, pressing heat unlike anything most of the soldiers had encountered. The kind that settled into clothing and never quite left. The kind that made every physical effort cost more than it should. The air carried moisture constantly, not as a coolness, but as a thickness, a heaviness that the body had to learn to move through differently than it moved through the dry air of Alabama or Louisiana. The smell of the jungle was intense and green and complex, layered with decay and growth, and the particular dampness of heavy vegetation after rain. There was something alive about the smell in both senses. It spoke of abundance and of things ending, of the cycle running forward without pause. The sounds were unfamiliar. Insects in configurations that produced a continuous wall of noise, birds calling through the dense canopy above in voices that had no counterpart back home, the distant sounds of water moving over rocks somewhere through the trees. At night, the jungle was louder in some ways than during the day, the darkness filled with the calls and movements of things that the light had kept quiet. The men learned to sleep through some of this noise and to remain alert to other parts of it, to distinguish between the sound of rain approaching through the trees and other sounds that moved differently. They moved through this landscape on patrols that were sometimes quiet and sometimes not. The jungle swallowed information. You could be close to the enemy without knowing it, and the dense undergrowth offered concealment in every direction. The men learned to move carefully and to pay attention to details that their previous lives had never trained them to notice. They learned the difference between silence that was ordinary and silence that meant something was in it that shouldn't be. During these months, Forrest wrote letters to Jenny. He found the act of letter writing straightforward and calming. He described what was around him in careful, literal detail: the color of the sky before rain, the texture of the mud after it, the sound the jungle made at night when the insects settled into their fullest chorus. He wrote about Bubba and the shrimp boat plan. He wrote that he hoped she was well. He signed every letter the same way. He believed she would write back, and sometimes she did. And the letters she sent were brief and affectionate, and carried the particular quality of someone writing from a life that was moving quickly through many different phases. The ambush came without warning, on an afternoon that had been unremarkable up to that point. The platoon was moving through a dense section of forest when gunfire opened from multiple directions simultaneously. The noise was immediate and total. Men fell and scattered. Orders were shouted into a chaos that had no clean shape yet. Forrest did what he always did under direction. He ran. He ran through the trees with every bit of speed his body contained, away from the gunfire, the way he had been told to do. But then he stopped. He thought about Bubba. He turned around and ran back toward the sound. What followed was the part of the story that the film holds with great care, neither dramatizing excessively nor understating. Forrest went back into the jungle again and again, carrying wounded soldiers to safety on his back and over his shoulders, moving through smoke and noise and confusion with the same focused determination he brought to everything. He did not stop to calculate the risk. The risk was obvious, and he went in anyway, because the men in there were the men he knew, and he could not think of a reason that would hold up to leave them behind. He found Bubba sitting against a tree in a clearing. The wound was serious, and Bubba knew it, and so did Forrest. Though neither of them said so directly, Bubba asked about the shrimp boat. He asked if they were still going to do it together, the two of them, after all this was over. Forrest said yes. He said they were still going to do it. And Bubba seemed to believe him, and he rested against Forrest's chest, and then he died quietly in that clearing far from Louisiana, still holding the future in his mind like something intact. Lieutenant Dan was also pulled from the jungle, badly wounded, both legs lost. Forrest carried him out as he had carried the others. Dan survived, though the survival was not something he had wanted. He had been prepared to die, had believed in some deep and specific way that dying in service was the correct and expected conclusion of his story. Being saved felt to him like a disruption of something essential, as though someone had reached into the machinery of his life and removed a necessary part. He was furious about it in the hospital, furious at Forrest, furious at the war, furious at his own continuing heartbeat. Forrest spent some weeks recovering from his own minor wounds in a military hospital. The hospital was large and clean, and full of men at various stages of their recovery, many of them learning to navigate what their bodies had become after the things that had happened to them. Forrest watched television, received visitors, and one day noticed a ping-pong table in the recreational area. He sat down across from another patient and picked up a paddle. The game suited him in the same way that running had always suited him. It required presence without complexity, focus without analysis. He watched the ball and responded to it. The motion was repetitive and rhythmic and oddly soothing. He played for hours each day and became remarkably good with remarkable speed, his reflexes carrying him to a level of skill that was difficult to account for, except as evidence of the same quality that had made him so fast on a football field. His ping-pong talent attracted official attention. He was selected for an army team that traveled to China as part of a sports exchange in the early 1970s, a trip that was part of a broader diplomatic thaw between the two countries. Forrest played matches, shook hands, ate food he could not name, and observed China with the same open and unprejudiced attention he brought to everywhere else. He was present for something historically significant without understanding its historical significance, and this was, by this point in his life, something of a pattern. He was awarded the Medal of Honor in a ceremony in Washington. He was taken to the White House again and met a president who was interested in knowing about the wound Forrest had received in Vietnam. Forrest showed him in the direct and unself-conscious way he did most things, which seemed to both delight and slightly alarm the president. There was a photograph taken, and then Forrest was escorted toward the evening's reception. The anti-war rally on the National Mall drew an enormous crowd. Forrest had been invited to speak at it, brought on stage by an organizer who believed that a decorated veteran could carry a particular kind of weight in a gathering like this. There were people filling the area all the way back to the reflecting pool and beyond. Forrest looked out at all of them from the stage and began to speak into the microphone. But an army officer disconnected the amplifier before he finished, so only the people nearest to him heard whatever he said. What he said, he would describe later as something simple about Vietnam. He had been there. He reported what it was like. In the crowd that day, Jenny was standing near the water. She had been living through the late 1960s in ways that were intense and various, moving through protests and music festivals and communes, and the kinds of gatherings where people came together around shared beliefs about what was wrong with the country and what might replace it. She had been to Haight-Ashbury. She had followed bands and been swept up in the currents of thought and feeling that were genuine and searching, even when the specific choices they led her toward were not good for her. She had a gift for locating beauty in chaotic places and a corresponding vulnerability to the damage those places sometimes carried with them. When she spotted Forrest at the rally, she ran toward him through the shallow water of the reflecting pool without any hesitation. They came together in the middle of that great sheet of water with the crowd around them and the afternoon sky above, and they held each other for a long moment that neither of them tried to explain or qualify. It was the kind of reunion that says everything without any words being needed. That night they were together in Washington, and the tenderness between them was real and unhurried. Forrest told her he loved her the way he had always loved her, without condition or expectation. She told him she knew. By morning, she was gone. The currents that had been carrying her were still moving, and she went back to them because she had not yet found the shore. Forrest returned to Alabama, and the shape of his life reorganized around a new center. He thought about Bubba's dream of the shrimp boat and found that the thinking led naturally to doing. He had money from a ping-pong endorsement deal that had materialized in the way things sometimes materialized around Forrest, unexpectedly and without any particular effort on his part. He used it to buy a boat. He named the boat after Jenny because that seemed right, and because naming things after the people you love is one of the simplest and most honest things a person can do. He took the boat to Bayou La Batre, which Bubba had described often enough that Forrest felt he knew it a little. He was learning the business as he went, which meant learning it slowly. The technical knowledge required to run a shrimping operation was not inconsiderable. The equipment, the timing, the locations, the handling of the catch, and Forrest absorbed it all with the patient thoroughness he brought to any task he committed to. Lieutenant Dan appeared one afternoon on the docks in Bayou La Batre, having spent the intervening months since his discharge making his way through a period of bitter and largely solitary disintegration. He had drunk heavily and lived roughly, and moved from one city to another without settling anywhere, carrying his anger at the world and at himself and at the simple fact of his survival. He arrived at the dock looking ragged but present, and Forrest welcomed him without commentary or judgment. Dan did not explain himself in any detail, and Forrest did not ask him to. He simply offered him a job on the boat. Dan accepted. He was not warm about it. He was sardonic and occasionally hostile, and made clear that he did not share Forrest's expectation that the shrimping would work. He had the manner of someone who has given up on things going well and found a kind of bitter peace in that expectation, and he wore it like a coat he had no intention of removing. He climbed aboard the Jenny with the careful deliberateness required to navigate the boat on his prosthetic legs and took up his position on deck. The early days on the water were discouraging. They went out each morning and came back with almost nothing. The nets came up with small, dispiriting catches, while other boats returned to the harbor with full loads. The water was there, and the shrimp were presumably somewhere in it, but they consistently found the parts where the shrimp were not. The other shrimpers were polite, but clearly skeptical. Forrest maintained his routine with unbroken cheerfulness. Going through the motions of the work with the same full attention, he gave everything, apparently undisturbed by the results. Dan maintained his skepticism with equal consistency. They made an odd crew, but they were genuinely a crew. The days on the water had their own particular quality, separate from the disappointment of the small catches. There was the early morning departure when the harbor was quiet and the sky was still shifting from dark to pale. The engine's sound carrying across the water without competition. There was the particular light of the Gulf at different hours, the way the surface changed from gray to gold as the sun came up, the distant line of the shore growing smaller behind them. Pelicans moved in low formations above the water. The air smelled of salt and engine exhaust, and when the wind was right, the particular clean smell of open Gulf water far from shore. Then the hurricane came. It arrived from the Gulf with serious intent, a storm that was large enough to trouble even experienced sailors. The radio warnings were clear and specific, naming wind speeds and storm surges in coastal zones that needed to evacuate. Most boats came in and tied up, and the crews went to higher ground, securing whatever could be secured and leaving the rest to the weather. The harbor in the hours before the storm had the particular quiet of abandonment, the boats rocking in the increasing swell, the sky going a greenish gray that sailors know to read carefully. Forrest steered the Jenny out instead, reasoning that Bubba's mama had run a shrimping boat, and that you couldn't catch shrimp if you weren't on the water. Dan thought this was an absurd decision, but stayed aboard regardless, partly because he had nowhere else to be, and partly because some part of him that he would not have named was curious about what an actual hurricane felt like from the middle of it. He had challenged death before, or rather had invited it, and the storm was something like an invitation sent in the other direction. The storm, when it arrived in full, was enormous and loud and entirely without mercy. Waves came over the deck in solid walls of water. The boat pitched and heaved in ways that should not have been survivable, the hull twisting in the swells as the wind tore across the surface, and the rain came in horizontal sheets that reduced visibility to almost nothing. Everything that could be heard was the storm. The engine was there beneath it somewhere, struggling. The wood of the deck was slick, and the rails were the only thing between standing and the water. Forrest held on to whatever was solid and kept the boat pointed as best he could into the waves. Dan went to the front of the boat during the worst of it and stood there with his arms spread and his face turned into the wind, screaming at the storm. He was screaming at everything, at the Army and at Vietnam and at his lost legs and at the death that had been denied him, and at God, if God was listening, and at the concept of his own survival, which had always seemed to him like a mistake someone had made and never corrected. He screamed until his voice was gone, and the storm did not stop, and the boat did not sink. And eventually the long, violent night passed, and the water calmed and the sky began to lighten again at the edges. In the morning, the harbor was almost empty of undamaged boats. The storm had torn through most of what was there with an efficiency that left the docks looking hollowed out. Boats sunk or overturned or driven up onto the shore in positions that seemed impossible. But the Jenny was floating. She was battered and wet and exhausted looking, and she would need some work before she was in proper condition again, but she was floating. Without competition, the shrimping became extraordinary almost immediately. Their nets came up full day after day, loaded with shrimp in quantities that required additional help to process. The Gulf waters, stirred up by the storm, had driven shrimp toward the surface and toward the shallower areas where nets could reach them. Word spread. Business arrangements were made. The Gump Shrimp Company acquired more boats and more crew. Revenue grew in ways that would have seemed impossible to the two men sitting on that boat, watching empty nets come up from the Gulf a short time before. A man handling some of the company's financial affairs called Forrest one afternoon to tell him that they had placed a portion of the profits into a company that the man thought showed real promise. Forrest heard the word fruit company and assumed this meant they were in the produce business, which seemed reasonable enough. He didn't follow up on the details. Some time later, the same man called again and said, with a quality of restrained amazement in his voice, that the investment had done very well. The company was Apple Computer, and what had been invested as a modest holding had become something substantial enough to remove any financial concern from Forrest's life permanently. Forrest did not dramatically alter his way of living. He gave a large portion of the money to Bubba's family in Louisiana, which felt like the most obvious and necessary thing to do. He donated money to build a new church in Greenbow to replace one that had been in disrepair. He bought a lawnmower and began mowing the local football field on a regular basis, because he liked being outside and the field needed mowing and he had time. He was not, at any point in his life, particularly oriented toward accumulation. During this period, his mother became ill. He went home to care for her, and they spent time together in the way they had always spent time together, talking, sitting on the porch, watching the yard. She remained herself in all the ways that mattered. She told him she was not afraid. She had led a good life, she said, and she meant it. She had raised her son in the best way she knew how to raise him, and she believed she had done a reasonable job of it. She died quietly in the room she had slept in for decades, with Forrest beside her holding her hand. The house was still and the yard was full of light, and she let go of the world as peacefully as she had always inhabited it. Grief for Forrest expressed itself differently than it might for someone else. He didn't know quite how to be still with it, or where to put it. One morning, not long after the funeral, he put on his running shoes and walked out the front door. He ran down the road. He ran through Greenbow and out into the countryside beyond it, past the fields and the farms and the places he had known since childhood. He ran through the day and into the next one. He ran through the county and then through the state and then through the next state, and when he reached the Gulf Coast, he turned around and ran back. He crossed Alabama again and kept going north and east, and when he reached the Atlantic, he turned again. He ran until he reached the Pacific, and then he turned once more. He was running across America, back and forth, with no predetermined end and no particular direction except forward. The effort was enormous, and the rhythm of it was somehow sustaining. People began to notice. Someone took a photograph on a highway overpass, and the photograph spread through newspapers. A radio station in a small town mentioned it. A local paper sent a reporter out to catch up with him, and the reporter jogged alongside him for a while, and then filed a story that moved onto the wire services. The story had the quality that certain human interest stories carry. Something about it was hard to look away from, hard to summarize, impossible to make entirely sense of. And these qualities together produced a kind of fascination. Reporters tracked him down on the road and jogged alongside him with microphones, asking what he was doing and why and what he was trying to say. They wanted a purpose, a cause, a statement. They wanted him to be running for children with a particular illness, or for the veterans, or for environmental awareness, or for the rural economy. He told them he was just running. He didn't have a message. He wasn't running for any cause or any organization. He wasn't raising money or making a statement. Something inside him had needed to move, and so he had moved, and he was still moving because it still seemed like the right thing to do. The reporters found this unsatisfying but reported it anyway, and the story spread because people found something appealing in it. A man running for no reason, running just to run, covering the ground of the country one step at a time with no agenda and no end point in view. A small group of people began running with him. Some ran for a few miles out of curiosity, then peeled off and returned to their cars. Others stayed for days, matching his pace through desert and mountain and farmland. The group swelled and shrank at different points in the journey. Some of the followers wanted Forrest to tell them what it meant, to give the running a significance they could carry back into their own lives. He kept telling them he was just running. He ran through a muddy field, and without looking down, created in passing the phrase that would end up printed on a bumper sticker. He ran through the desert in sunglasses and a baseball cap, the dry heat very different from the wet heat of Alabama, the air here thin and bright and ruthlessly clear. He ran through the mountain passes where the temperature dropped significantly and the road wound back and forth across the elevation, the rocky peaks visible above the tree line for long stretches of the approach. He ran through the long flats of the Midwest where the horizon was so far away it seemed theoretical, where the sky was enormous above the wheat and corn, where the same straight road could carry a person for 100 miles without a significant turn. He ran past farms and towns and interstate exits and rivers and truck stops and drive-through restaurants. He ran through states he had never visited and through weather conditions he had never experienced. He ran through one night of driving rain in the Blue Ridge Mountains that came in sideways and made seeing ahead nearly impossible. He ran through a morning in the Nevada desert when the air was so still and the light so sharp that his shadow beside him was perfectly defined for miles in every direction. He saw the country from the level of its roads, at the pace of his own body, which was a pace that allowed detail, the particular construction of a fence, the condition of a barn's paintwork, the way a river bend caught the late afternoon light, to register without being processed into information. After 3 years, 2 months, 14 days, and 16 hours of running, he was somewhere in the middle of a long, flat stretch of road in the desert. The sun was directly overhead. The mountains were distant blue shapes on the horizon in both directions. The small group of current followers was behind him, their footsteps quiet on the warm asphalt. He stopped, just stopped in the middle of the road, as simply as that. He stood there for a moment, looking forward and then looking back. Then he turned around and told the people behind him that he was pretty tired. He thought he'd go home now. He thanked them for running with him. He turned around and walked away. The followers stood in the road and looked at each other. Someone asked what they should do now. It was a reasonable question, without a clear answer. Some of them stood there for a while. Some of them turned and walked in different directions. The desert held them all briefly in its enormous light, and then let them go. While Forrest had been crossing the country on foot, Jenny had been finding her way back toward something quieter. The years of searching had run their course, or most of them had, and the cost of those years was beginning to be felt in ways she couldn't ignore. She had settled in Savannah. She worked at a restaurant. She had a small apartment and a simple daily routine and a son. She wrote to Forrest. The letter said she was in Savannah, gave her address, said she would like to see him. He came immediately, with the same unhesitating directness he brought to everything that involved Jenny. He arranged the travel and went, without waiting to think it through or second-guess the impulse. He flew to Savannah and found her building on a quiet residential street, and climbed the stairs and knocked on the door with a steady hand. She let him in. She was older in the ways that years make a person older, and she looked well in the specific way of someone who has found a quieter mode of living after a period of difficult noise. She made coffee. She showed him around the small apartment with its cheerful clutter and its afternoon light coming through windows that looked out onto the street below and the trees beyond. Books were stacked near the couch. Drawings made by a small hand were attached to the refrigerator door with colored magnets. There was the smell of something that had been baked earlier in the day, still faintly present in the warm air of the kitchen. She told him she had someone she wanted him to meet, and she opened the door to the room where a small boy was playing, and she said that the boy's name was Forrest, too. Forrest stood in the doorway looking at his son. The boy was bent over something on the floor, moving pieces of it with concentration, the focused stillness of a child absorbed in what his hands are doing. He had Jenny's watchfulness in the set of his face and a quality of alertness that was its own thing, neither his mother's nor his father's, but genuinely both. Forrest asked if the boy was smart. Jenny said yes, he was very smart. Forrest looked down at the floor for a moment, and then back up at the boy, and something shifted in him. Some deep internal configuration quietly and permanently rearranged itself, settling into a new shape that would hold for the rest of his life. He got down on one knee to look at the boy at his own level. The child looked up from his project and considered this new person in the doorway with the serious, evaluating gaze of a small person meeting someone significant. Forrest told the boy his name. He shook the boy's hand. He was, from that moment, entirely and unreservedly a father in every way he knew how to be. He asked Jenny to marry him in the kitchen of that small Savannah apartment, with the afternoon light coming through the window and the sounds of the street below drifting up through the glass. He said it plainly, without elaborate setup or performance. She looked at him for a moment in the way she had always been able to look at him, seeing him completely, without any of the barriers that most people put between themselves and one another. She said yes, with the same plainness, and the yes was real and complete, shaped by everything that had passed between them over 30 years. They were married in the yard of the old White House in Greenbow, under the oak trees, with a small gathering of people who mattered. The yard had been kept well. The grass was green and trimmed, the flower beds along the porch tended, the old trees standing as they had always stood with their wide canopies spreading shadow across the ground below. The afternoon was warm and clear. The house behind the ceremony was the same house Forrest had grown up in, its white siding clean, its windows reflecting the sky. Jenny wore something simple, and her hair was loose, and she was more beautiful standing in that yard than anything else in it. Lieutenant Dan came to the wedding. He had made changes in the years since the shrimping. He walked now on prosthetic legs made of titanium alloy, which he had told Forrest about with obvious quiet pride during a phone call some weeks before. He had found something in the time at sea that he had not been able to find on land. Not peace exactly, but acceptance. a willingness to be in the life he had rather than mourning the death he had expected. He had gotten engaged to a woman he seemed genuinely fond of, a woman who laughed readily and stood close to him, and didn't appear at all intimidated by whatever he might have been in the past. He stood at the wedding in the Alabama yard with the steadiness of someone who has put down a very heavy thing and begun to move more easily. He looked at Forrest across the yard with an expression that was not quite sentiment, but was something in that territory. The years in the White House in Greenbow were good years in the way that quiet years are good. Not full of event, but full of texture and warmth, and the small, daily substance of a life shared. Young Forrest grew and had opinions and asked questions, and was bright and lively, and his father watched all of it with the particular attentiveness of someone who had been waiting for this portion of life without knowing it was what he was waiting for. Jenny was ill. The illness had been growing in her for some time, seated in the years of her life that had been hardest and least kind to her body. The doctors examined her and ran tests and gave the illness a name, though it was one of those early 1980s illnesses, whose naming was itself still new and whose treatment was limited. She spent her time at home, and there were days when she felt well and the three of them did ordinary things together, and there were days when she rested while Forrest sat nearby and did whatever was useful or simply remained present, which was often the most useful thing. She died in the spring, on a morning when the light outside the window was soft and the air was still. She died in the bed in the house where they had built their small life together. Forrest sat with her until she was gone, and then he sat a little longer. He buried her under the tree in the yard. The tall old oak that she had loved as a girl, the one she had climbed when she needed to feel briefly beyond the reach of everything difficult, the one whose branches held the sky above Greenbow. He planted a small bench nearby so he could sit with her when he wanted to. He tended the yard around the tree with care, as though tending the space was a form of conversation. Young Forrest continued to grow. He was bright and social and comfortable in the world, and he had his father's steadiness and his mother's perceptiveness. Forrest drove him to school and picked him up in the afternoons and helped with homework and made dinner and did the ordinary things that constitute a father's daily life. All of it without complaint and with a genuine and evident pleasure that many people observed without being able to fully explain. On the morning the story comes full circle, Forrest is at the bus stop in Savannah. He is taking the bus to young Forrest's school today. He is dressed in his good suit with the box of chocolates on his lap, and he has been telling his story to whoever happens to sit down beside him on the bench, as though the story wants to be told, and he is simply the one who has it to tell. Each person who has sat beside him on that bench has received a portion of the story, however much time their wait allowed. Some stayed through long sections, and others only heard a few paragraphs before their own bus arrived, but each of them left carrying something, even if they weren't sure exactly what. Forrest doesn't seem to be performing the telling. He isn't speaking loudly or gesturing dramatically. The story comes out in the same quiet, steady way he does everything, present, unhurried, genuine. The people who sit beside him seem to feel this quality and respond to it, settling into the bench with a slight loosening of whatever tension they arrived with. There is something about a person who is entirely at ease with themselves that communicates itself without words, that makes the air around them a little easier to be in. The bus arrives with the particular sound that buses make, the pneumatic sigh of the doors opening, the idle of the engine, the mechanical steps unfolding toward the pavement. Forrest thanks whoever has been listening. He folds the book with the feather inside it under his arm, picks up the chocolates, and climbs aboard. He finds a seat near the window and settles into it with the comfortable ease of someone who does not make transitions difficult. He watches Savannah pass by, outside the glass. The old squares with their fountains and their benches and their enormous trees, the streets of pale brick and wrought iron, the light filtering through the canopy overhead in the particular golden way it does in the late afternoon in Georgia. He rides through the city's streets in that same contented, unhurried way he has always moved through the world, not particularly concerned about what comes next, because what comes next will come regardless. And his job, as he has always understood it, is simply to be present when it arrives. He waits outside the school as the afternoon empties out the doors. Students stream past in the organized chaos of end-of-day release, backpacks swinging, conversations overlapping, the particular energy of children released from sitting still. Young Forrest comes out with his backpack, moving through the crowd of other students with an ease that makes it clear he is a child who knows where he belongs and is comfortable there. He has his father's steadiness and something of his mother's brightness, and he carries these things together without any apparent awareness of how remarkable the combination is. He spots his father waiting, and his expression does what children's expressions do when they see the person they trust most. It opens, relaxes, arrives, becomes entirely itself. They get into the car. The afternoon continues in whatever ordinary and irreplaceable way it will. The white feather appears once more, lifting from the pavement of the Savannah Street on a gentle current of warm air rising from the sun-warmed sidewalk. It rises above the city, above the Spanish moss and the magnolia leaves and the old brick walls, above the river's slow green water reflecting the sky. It drifts and turns in the high air, held up by nothing visible, going wherever the wind decides to carry it. And the story releases it into the sky with the same light ease with which everything in this film ultimately releases. Into air, into distance, into the blue and continuing afternoon. Now that the story is gently unfolded, it can be interesting to reflect on some of the ideas behind the film. Forrest Gump was directed by Robert Zemeckis and released in the summer of 1994. The screenplay was written by Eric Roth, adapted from a novel by Winston Groom, though the film took the source material in considerably different directions, softening some of its edges and adding a reflective quality that the novel's more satirical tone didn't quite contain. The result was a film that moved enormous numbers of people without always being able to say precisely why, which is itself evidence of something working at a level below conscious analysis. The film's most persistent and foundational theme is the relationship between intention and outcome, between what a person plans and what actually happens to them. Forrest is a character who does not plan in any conventional sense. He does not have a 5-year vision or a strategic understanding of his own life. He has values, loyalty, presence, effort, love, and he applies them to whatever situation is in front of him. What this produces, over the course of his life, is a series of outcomes that are extraordinary by any measure, and none of them were sought. The football scholarship arrived because someone saw him run. The military career arrived because the draft arrived. The shrimp company arrived because he promised his friend, and then kept the promise. The financial security arrived because someone else made a decision he didn't fully follow. The film is not arguing that life rewards the passive or that effort is unnecessary. Forrest works hard at everything he does, but it is suggesting something about the difference between striving and grasping, between full presence in the current moment and anxious management of the future. Forrest's extraordinary outcomes seem to arise precisely because he does not pursue them for their own sake. He pursues the task in front of him with complete attention, and the outcomes accumulate without his managing them. This is, at its heart, a kind of wisdom, one that most traditions of reflective thought have pointed toward in one form or another. The film's treatment of American history is one of its most distinctive and often discussed features. Forrest's life passes through the civil rights era, the assassination of Kennedy, the Vietnam War, the counterculture, and the social upheavals of the late 1960s, the Watergate scandal, the AIDS crisis in its early, unnamed years, and the emergence of the personal computer industry. He is present for all of these moments in ways that range from background observer to active participant, and his understanding of them is consistently literal rather than analytical. He shakes hands with presidents without grasping their significance. He is in Saigon without understanding geopolitics. He is on the National Mall during an anti-war rally without holding a coherent political position about the war. This narrative strategy creates a peculiar kind of comedy in places. The gap between Forrest's innocent account of events and the audience's knowledge of what those events meant is consistently humorous. But the film is also doing something more interesting with this device than simply generating gentle irony. It is presenting history as it is actually experienced by most people, which is to say, from very close range, without the context that only becomes available later. Most people who lived through the Kennedy assassination or the Vietnam War or Watergate did not experience those events with the full analytical frame that historians would later apply to them. They experienced them as weather, as things that were happening around them, changing the air, shifting the possibilities, felt before they were understood. Forrest's innocence makes him a kind of pure experiential witness to this weather. He is not distorted by ideology or ambition or historical self-consciousness. He simply reports what he saw and felt. And this simplicity makes room for the audience to bring their own understanding to the events without being directed toward a particular conclusion. The theme of friendship runs through the film as consistently as any other current, expressed primarily through Forrest's relationships with Bubba, with Lieutenant Dan, and ultimately with Jenny. Each of these relationships operates according to a different grammar, but each is characterized by a quality of genuine commitment on Forrest's part that doesn't waver or require maintenance. Bubba is loved from the first bus ride and honored for the rest of Forrest's life, long after he is gone. Dan is accepted without judgment and given space to become whoever he needs to become after Vietnam. Jenny is loved from the age of 6 on a school bus until the morning she dies, and beyond that. The film seems to suggest, without stating it directly, that this kind of love, patient, present, unconditioned, is both rare and transformative. Bubba died with the shrimp boat future still alive in his mind because Forrest confirmed it. Dan found his way back to himself in part because someone extended genuine welcome to someone who was not in those years particularly welcoming. Jenny was able to finally come home in part because home had been waiting for her with the same steady warmth it always had. The psychology of Forrest himself is built around qualities that are more usually discussed in philosophical or spiritual terms than in psychological ones. He is essentially free of what might be called temporal displacement, the human tendency to live mentally in the past through regret and in the future through anxiety, while missing the present entirely. Forrest is present. He remembers the past vividly and recounts it in detail, but he does not seem to be haunted by it in the way that shapes so much human suffering. He does not seem to anticipate the future with dread. He exists quite completely in the moment he is in, and this quality pervades every interaction he has and every task he undertakes. This is not presented as the result of limited intelligence, a misreading that the film gently deflects throughout. Forrest is perceptive about the feelings of the people around him. He notices when people are sad or frightened or in pain, and he responds to these states with a directness that is often more useful than more sophisticated responses. His understanding of human need is intuitive and generally accurate, even when his understanding of the political and historical context that surrounds those needs is minimal. He knows what matters to the people he loves without needing to analyze why it matters, and this knowing guides him well. Lieutenant Dan is perhaps Forrest's psychological opposite in the most instructive way. Dan is a man of considerable intelligence and genuine capability who is undone, at least temporarily, by his inability to accept the life he has rather than the life he had expected. His certainty that he was meant to die in war was not merely a belief. It was the organizing principle of his identity. When that organizing principle was removed by survival, he was left without a coherent story to live inside of, and the grief and rage that followed were proportionate to the loss. His years of drift and self-destruction are not merely biographical detail, but a portrait of what happens to a person when the frame of meaning is pulled away. The hurricane scene is the turning point of Dan's arc, and it is constructed as such with some care. His screaming at the storm is the final and most complete expression of his refusal to accept what has happened to him, directed now not at Forrest or at God in any specific theological sense, but at the storm itself, at randomness, at the indifferent power of nature that doesn't know or care that his plans were different. When the storm passes and he has survived again, something in him breaks open. The acceptance that follows is not joyful or triumphant. It is quiet and gradual, but it is real. By the time of Forrest's wedding, he has arrived at something that looks recognizable as peace. Jenny's psychology is the most complex and the most careful element of the film, and the one that rewards the most patient attention. She is a person who was harmed very early, in ways that left deep and lasting traces. The harm shaped her relationship to safety. She learned to associate danger with the familiar, and so the familiar became something to move away from. She was drawn across the years of her young adulthood toward things and people and situations that were exciting precisely because they were unstable. This is a pattern that anyone with some knowledge of trauma responses will recognize, and the film renders it without pathologizing it or reducing Jenny to a symbol of damage. She also had genuine gifts. Her desire for freedom was not simply flight. It was also a real orientation toward beauty and possibility. Her singing, her restlessness, her capacity to be moved by music and ideas, and the sense of something larger. These were qualities she was born with, not symptoms. The tragedy of her early life is not that it made her what she was, but that it made certain aspects of what she was harder to live with safely. She found her way back to herself, and to Forrest, and to the son who waited in Savannah only after the urgency of the searching had exhausted itself. And even then, the illness was already in her. The film never makes Jenny responsible for her own suffering, in the way that simpler narratives sometimes do. It presents her life as the result of things that were done to her before she had any power to shape her circumstances, combined with a nature that responded to those things in recognizable human ways, and played out across a historical moment that offered both remarkable freedoms and remarkable dangers. She is not punished by the narrative. She is accompanied through it with the same steady love that Forrest brings to everything, and she is laid to rest with gentleness and dignity under the tree she loved. Young Forrest, though present for only the final section of the film, carries significant thematic weight. He represents continuity, the continuation of something that has been built over decades through love and endurance, and the patient accumulation of presence. He has two parents in him, his mother's perceptiveness and his father's steadiness. He is bright and at ease and growing, which means that the story, at its end, has an open direction rather than a closed one. Life continues. The feather will drift somewhere new. The symbolism of the film is layered carefully throughout its runtime, and many of its most resonant images carry their meaning accumulations quietly rather than announcing them. The white feather that opens and closes the film is one of the most deliberately constructed images in the picture. Its journey through the air is governed by forces invisible to the viewer, by the particular temperature of the air at different heights, by the direction of the wind, by the interference of buildings and trees, and the warmth rising from pavement. The feather does not choose its path. It is not carried by intention. It goes where the forces around it take it, and it arrives eventually in exactly the place it needs to be. The film is careful to show us that this arriving is not random. The feather reaches Forrest at the bus stop, which is where the story begins, but it is also not control. It is something in between intention and accident, something that both of those words reach toward without quite containing. This is the film's central visual statement of its philosophy. The feather's journey mirrors Forrest's journey in the fundamental quality of its motion, not driven, not aimless, but responsive. The feather is also strikingly light and resilient. It survives the whole length of its passage through the city air without being damaged or destroyed. It is preserved inside a book of stories, which is perhaps as close to a symbolic gesture as the film gets toward what stories themselves do. They preserve the things that might otherwise be lost. The box of chocolates is a symbol that has been so thoroughly absorbed into popular culture that it requires some deliberate attention to see it freshly. The wisdom it contains is genuinely interesting, partly because it is not a statement of despair. Mrs. Gump is not telling her son that life is random and therefore meaningless. She is telling him that life's unpredictability is not a problem to be solved, but a fact to be accepted and engaged with. The box of chocolates is something you reach into willingly. You don't have to reach in. The point is that you do reach in, knowing that you can't control what you get, and you receive what you receive, and you work with it, and you enjoy it if you can, and you keep going. This philosophy is demonstrated rather than argued throughout the film's runtime. Forrest reaches into situation after situation without knowing what he will find, and he always works with what he finds. The running that begins as an escape from bullies becomes the quality that earns him a scholarship. The military service that might have destroyed him produces the friendship with Bubba and the eventual partnership with Dan and the shrimp company that changes his material life. Even the grief of his mother's death produces the great running journey, which is itself a form of presence, of being fully in the body, covering the ground of the country, seeing and feeling and continuing. Running functions as one of the film's most flexible and resonant physical metaphors. Each time Forrest runs in the film, the running carries a different emotional and narrative content. The first running, away from the bullies on the dirt road, is survival. It is the discovery of a capacity he didn't know he had, revealed under pressure. The football running is purposeful and channeled, running within rules and toward defined objectives. The running in Vietnam is urgent and moral. He runs back toward danger rather than away from it, and this choice defines him as profoundly as anything else in the film. The running across America is grief expressed through the body, movement as a form of processing what stillness cannot hold. What all of these runnings share is a quality of completeness. When Forrest runs, he runs entirely. He does not hold anything back or calculate the cost. He runs until the thing that needed running is done. This is both his limitation, in the sense that it leaves him with no particular destination, and his greatest quality, in the sense that it means he never runs halfway. The tree in the Gump yard appears first in the context of Jenny's childhood. She climbed it to escape, to find a temporary elevation above the difficulties of her daily life. The tree is associated with both shelter and longing, with a desire to be somewhere other than where one is. The film returns to this tree at the end, when Jenny is buried beneath it, and the visual rhyme between the girl climbing toward the sky and the woman resting in the earth is not accidental. The tree that once offered temporary escape from life now offers permanent rest from it. This is a sad image and a gentle one at the same time, and the film holds both of those qualities without resolving them. The shrimping boat named Jenny is a form of portable love, a declaration of feeling made practical and physical. Forrest cannot always have Jenny near him, but he can name his boat after her and take her with him on the water every day. The boat weathers the hurricane that destroys the others, which the film presents without excessive explanation, allowing the possibility that the love in the naming offers its own protection, without insisting that this is the only reading. It is the most quietly magical moment in a film that otherwise adheres fairly closely to realistic cause and effect. The film's use of historical archive footage, placing Forrest into scenes with real presidents and other figures from the past, works both as visual comedy and as something more philosophically resonant. Each of these encounters illustrates the gap between proximity and understanding. The fact that being in the same room as history doesn't mean you understand what history is doing. But these scenes also suggest something about how history is always, for those living through it, a matter of individual encounters rather than grand narratives. Forrest meets Kennedy as a person shaking his hand, not as an icon. He meets Nixon as a man who seems pleasant. He participates in the cultural moments of his era the same way most people do, without the benefit of knowing what they will eventually come to mean. The film's structure, told retrospectively from a park bench, creates a particular relationship between the audience and the material. Everything has already happened by the time we hear about it. The man telling the story is alive and well, and dressed in a neat suit with chocolates in his lap. This retrospective frame does not remove the emotional weight of the sad events within the story, but it does change the quality of that weight. We know the story is survivable because the teller has survived it. We know there is a morning after every difficult night in this narrative, because Forrest is sitting in the morning on the bench, telling us about the nights. The strangers who sit beside Forrest on the bench and listen to his story are participants in a very old human activity, the receiving of narrative, the being told about someone else's experience, the sitting still while another person's life passes through the air between two people. Each stranger responds to Forrest's story differently. Some seem skeptical, some seem moved. Some have buses to catch and cannot stay for the whole thing. But each of them sits for a while, and while they sit, they are inside the story. This is, in miniature, what the film does with its audience. It sits us down, offers us something sweet, and begins. And so the story of Forrest Gump leaves us with a quiet reminder that a life need not be mapped in advance to arrive somewhere meaningful, that love expressed steadily and without condition is among the most powerful forces available to a human being, and that the things we carry with us, the feather saved between the pages of a book, the name painted on the side of a boat, the tree tended in a yard, are the ways we hold on to the people who made us who we are. Forrest ran across continents and sat with presidents and built businesses and raised a son and buried the person he loved most in the world. And through all of it, he remained fundamentally himself, present, patient, genuine, and entirely capable of being surprised by what the next moment might hold. The feather drifts back into the sky. Good night. Our next story begins in a different place with different people and a different journey. Welcome to Boring Cinema. Tonight, we gently revisit the story of The Godfather. Settle in, relax, and let the film unfold slowly. The story begins in darkness. Not the darkness of a night scene or a shadowed room, but the pure, absolute black of a screen before the image arrives. The kind of darkness that invites patience. And then, without title cards or fanfare or any establishing view of the world outside, a voice emerges from that darkness. A man is speaking. His voice is low and careful and slightly hoarse. The voice of someone who has measured his words for a very long time and has decided through long practice that most of them are unnecessary. He is speaking about America, about what the country promised him, about the life he believed was available here, and about the thing that was done to his daughter. The man speaking is Amerigo Bonacera. He is a funeral director by trade, a man who has spent his professional life in the presence of grief and loss, who has learned through the daily nature of his work to hold his own feelings at a certain remove. He is sitting in a large, dimly lit room with dark wood paneling and heavy curtains that admit very little of the outside world, and he is speaking across a wide desk to another man whose face we have not yet seen. Bonacera's own face is fully illuminated by the light in the room, lined and serious, the face of a man who does not ask for things easily, and who has arrived here only after long internal deliberation, having exhausted every other avenue he could conceive of. He speaks with the slow precision of someone who has rehearsed these words many times in private, testing each sentence against what he actually wants to say, and now says them directly. He tells what happened to his daughter. She had been with young men who then attacked her and beat her badly enough to require hospitalization. The young men were identified and brought before a court. They were found guilty, and then they were released. Suspended sentences. The court had been lenient in a way that Bonacera experienced as a profound failure. A failure of the system he had believed in, the system of American justice that he came to this country trusting. He had gone to law, and law had not served him, and so now he is here. In this room he might never have entered, if the law had worked as he believed it should. The man he is addressing remains in shadow for these opening minutes. The camera frames him from behind and from the side while Bonacera's face is fully lit, an arrangement that gives the listening figure an almost architectural quality, present, substantial, occupying the room without being fully visible. When the camera finally shows his face, it is in pieces at first, the thick hand stroking a small orange cat, the dark eye turning toward the man across the desk, the heavy jaw, the careful posture. His name is Vito Corleone. He is the Godfather. The cat in his lap sits with the absolute stillness of an animal completely at ease. And Vito's stroking hand moves with the same rhythm, whether he is listening or speaking, which is to say without hurry and without any indication of what he is thinking. He listens to Bonacera's story with complete attention. When he finally speaks, his voice is even quieter than Bonacera's, requiring the other man to lean slightly forward to receive it fully. He tells Bonacera that he has come to him on the day of his daughter's wedding, and that on this day, a day of joy in his house, a sacred occasion in the tradition he carries, he cannot refuse request. There is a generosity in this, real and formal at once. But Vito also asks why Bonacera never came before, why, having lived in America for many years, he never offered friendship, never sat at the table, never showed the basic respect of presence. He asks this without anger, but with the measured reproach of a man who has noticed an absence and now names it clearly. Bonacera believed he could manage his life through legitimate means, through courts and institutions, and came to Vito only when those means failed him. Vito names this plainly. He does not punish the man for it. He simply names it, so that they both understand the nature of their relationship going forward. The negotiation that follows is unhurried and precise. Bonacera asks for the deaths of the young men who hurt his daughter. Vito declines this, and his daughter is alive, he notes, and what would be proportional to what was done is not their deaths, but an injury that matches hers. Bonacera absorbs this revision and accepts it, and then, at Vito's quiet insistence, addresses him as he should be addressed, as Godfather, and kisses his hand. The small ceremony of the kiss is neither embarrassing nor theatrical. It is simply the form the transaction takes, the acknowledgement of what kind of agreement this is. The cat remains perfectly still throughout. Outside the study, the world is bright and warm and loud with music. The wedding is fully underway in the garden of the Corleone property on Long Island, a large celebratory Italian-American wedding with dozens of guests eating and dancing and photographing themselves in the afternoon sun. Tables are laid with white cloths and food. A band plays. Children run between the legs of adults. The contrast between the dim formality of the room and the sunlit noise of the garden is deliberate and complete, and it establishes one of the film's most persistent structural arrangements, that two worlds coexist within the life of the Corleone family, separated by a wall or a door, or sometimes just the turn of a camera. And that movement between them is constant and unremarkable. The bride is Connie Corleone, the youngest child and only daughter of Vito and his wife Carmela. She is animated and radiant in the way of someone experiencing one of the most significant days of their life, moving through the garden in her elaborate white gown, with an energy that is partly joy and partly the effort of holding so many pieces of such a large occasion in attention simultaneously. Her husband is Carlo Rizzi, a handsome young man in a pale suit who smiles for the photographs and dances with the guests and conducts himself in the manner of a man who has arrived somewhere he has wanted very much to be. Carlo comes from Nevada, and this detail, so small and incidental at the wedding, will carry considerable weight much later. The eldest son of the Corleone family, Santino, Sonny, moves through the garden with the barely contained physical energy that defines his presence in every scene. He is large and dark-haired and quick in both laughter and anger, a man whose emotional states present themselves fully and without much filter. He embraces guests with genuine warmth. He argues about small things with a heat that passes quickly. He laughs at volume. He is clearly the most kinetic presence in the garden, and the guests orient themselves around him, the way people orient around any figure who gives off that much energy, half drawn to it, half wary of it. Sonny is not a stupid man. His assessments of situations are often accurate, and his instincts generally sound. But his intelligence runs ahead of his patience, and his patience runs short, and the gap between what he understands intellectually and what he is capable of doing temperamentally is where he will eventually be most vulnerable. The middle son, Fredo, is present at the wedding with less narrative emphasis, occupying the party as middle children sometimes occupy gatherings, fully participating, warmly received, not the center of anyone's particular attention. Fredo has a softness to him, a gentleness that sits somewhat uncomfortably in the context of the family's actual world. He is genuinely kind and genuinely overwhelmed by large crises. And both of these qualities are visible in the way he moves through the afternoon. At ease in the domestic celebration, slightly uncertain, in the company of men speaking seriously about serious things. Among the guests, there is Michael Corleone, the youngest son, who has returned from the war and from college and from whatever internal journey those experiences produced in him, and who sits at a garden table with his girlfriend Kay Adams, with the composed stillness of someone watching a world he belongs to but has chosen not to inhabit. Michael is played with a contained, watchful intelligence. He notices everything, says relatively little, and gives the impression of considerable interior activity running just beneath a very calm surface. He speaks to Kay about the wedding with a slight remove, explaining the people and their relationships, as though narrating a scene he is observing rather than participating in. He names his father. He names the various men present and describes what they do. He explains the family's business with a clinical clarity that contains no evident emotion. He tells her, "That's my family, Kay. It's not me." Kay listens and watches and accepts this framing with the reasonable trust of a young woman whose understanding of the world Michael comes from is limited and who has no particular reason to question the distance he claims. She is blonde and composed, from a different register of American life. New England, college, the kind of background in which the Corleone family's world would seem entirely elsewhere. She and Michael together at that garden table represent a possible future, a future that has been deliberately chosen, constructed in opposition to the family's way of operating, and maintained through the force of Michael's will and desire. This future is real. It is not pretense. Michael actually is, in this moment, the man he presents himself as being to Kay. Tom Hagen moves between the study and the garden with the efficiency of a man who serves as the connective tissue between two worlds. Tom is the family's consigliere, its counselor and trusted advisor. And he was not born into the family, but was taken in as a child, a parentless boy befriended by Sonny, who was then invited into the household by Vito, who saw something in the serious small face and decided the boy was worth the investment. Tom grew up Corleone in everything but blood, and has repaid the family's trust with complete loyalty and considerable intelligence. He is German-Irish, not Sicilian, and this fact is sometimes used by other men in the film's world as a form of diminishment, as though the accident of his birth creates a permanent asterisk next to his position. Tom absorbs this assessment without visible distress and continues doing his job with the methodical thoroughness that makes him irreplaceable. In the garden, the photographer moves through the guests recording the day. Vito emerges from the house and sits for photographs with his family. The patriarch, in the center of his assembled household, formal and dignified and clearly at ease with the formality. He holds his grandchildren. He speaks with the guests. He accepts congratulations on his daughter's wedding with the practiced warmth of a man long accustomed to public occasions. There is nothing in his public manner that distinguishes him from any prosperous family patriarch of his generation enjoying his daughter's wedding. The cat is somewhere else now. The afternoon moves at the pace of a well-organized celebration. Among the guests is Johnny Fontaine, Vito's godson, a singer and entertainer of considerable fame whose presence at the wedding has been photographed and noted with some excitement by guests less accustomed to celebrity. Johnny is handsome and polished in the way of the men who have spent their careers in the public eye, whose appearance and manner have been refined through long practice of performing them. But today he is not entirely performing. He has come to the wedding as a godson, sincerely, and also because he has something he needs to ask. He requests time with Vito. In the study, away from the garden's noise, He speaks about the state of his career. His voice, he explains, has been damaged. The life he has been living, the late nights and the drinking, and the accumulated wear of the entertainment world, has taken something from the instrument that made him. His career needs rehabilitation. And there is a particular film being made in Hollywood, a serious dramatic production, that contains a role for which Johnny is suited, and which could, if he got it, restore him to the kind of standing he once had. The problem is that the film's producer, Jack Woltz, has refused him the part. The refusal was absolute, and accompanied by a personal contempt that Johnny found both wounding and impossible to negotiate past. Woltz will not do it. He has reasons that go beyond professional calculation, rooted in something personal, and he has communicated his refusal with a directness that left no room for further conversation. Johnny weeps a little while telling the story. He is a man who has lived in public, and the habit of emotional display does not entirely depart in private. Vito is briefly impatient with the weeping. He tells his godson not to act like a woman, with a directness that implies both affection and mild exasperation. But he listens to the complete situation, and when Johnny is done, Vito makes his assurance. He tells Johnny that he will speak to Woltz. He will make him an offer he can't refuse. He says this with the same quiet authority he brings to every statement in the study, and the sentence lands in the room with the specific weight of something that is not a prediction, but a description of an outcome that has already been decided. Tom Hagen flies to California to meet with Woltz. The estate that receives him is extraordinary. A vast property with manicured grounds and stables, and the self-conscious grandeur of a man who has spent decades translating success into its most visible and expensive vow. Woltz himself is hospitable enough in the initial meeting, showing Tom around the property with the expansive generosity of someone who enjoys demonstrating what he has accumulated. He shows Tom his horses, including a magnificent thoroughbred that he speaks about with obvious pride and affection. The horse is beautiful and calm in the way of very well-tended animals, and Woltz's voice changes slightly when he speaks about it. A softening, the particular tone of someone describing something they genuinely love. But when the purpose of Tom's visit becomes explicit, when the conversation turns to Johnny Fontaine and the film role, Woltz's manner changes entirely and rapidly. He has personal history with Johnny that made the original refusal personal rather than purely professional. He conveys this history and its emotional texture in terms of considerable vulgarity and heat, and the meeting deteriorates from there. He will not give Johnny the part. He says this multiple times in different registers, matter-of-factly, then emphatically, then with a contempt directed at Tom himself for having the presumption to bring the request. He tells Tom that the Corleone family's influence does not reach Hollywood, that this is beyond whatever understanding Tom might have of the world. The meeting ends without resolution. Days pass. Jack Woltz sleeps in the large bedroom of his large house in the quiet of the California night. The room is decorated with the considered excess of someone who makes all decisions through a lens of maximum statement. He wakes in the early morning before light, into a sensation of wrongness that he cannot immediately identify. The sheets are heavy. Something is wet. He reaches beneath the covers and his hand finds liquid and then something larger and heavier than liquid. And he pulls back the covers and discovers that he is surrounded by blood. An enormous quantity of it, soaked through the expensive linens, pooled and dark. And at the foot of the bed, wrapped in the soaked sheet, is the severed head of his thoroughbred horse. The animal he had shown Tom Hagen with such pride. The animal he had spoken of with the particular tone of genuine affection. The head is there, and the blood is everywhere. And Waltz begins to scream in a house where there is no one close enough to do anything useful about the screaming. Johnny Fontaine will get his part. Back in New York, as summer becomes autumn, the world of the Corleone family continues in its ordinary operations. Favors are granted and debts are acknowledged, and the various relationships of mutual obligation that constitute Vito's empire are maintained through the continuous small transactions of reciprocal loyalty. Vito moves through his days with the unhurried authority of a man who has built something substantial and is confident in its foundations. He receives petitioners in his office with the steady patience that Bonacera encountered on the wedding day. He tends to his household. He plays in the garden with his grandchildren in the late afternoons, chasing them between the tomato plants with a theatrical roar that delights them. The large, formal man, transformed by the presence of small children into something genuinely playful. This domestic equilibrium is interrupted decisively by the arrival of a man named Virgil Sollozzo. Sollozzo comes to the Corleone family through the Tattaglia family, one of the other major powers in New York, and he brings a proposal of the kind that requires careful thought and cannot be answered without consultation. He wants the Corleone family to back a narcotics operation, to provide capital, and more importantly, to provide the political and legal protection that the Corleone family's long-cultivated connections can offer. The drug business is growing, he says. The money is significant. The opportunity is one that several other families are already positioned to benefit from, and the Corleone family's involvement would make the operation substantially more viable. The meeting takes place in Vito's study, where the light falls through the curtains in the same partial, controlled way it always does. Sollozzo makes his case with the efficiency of a man accustomed to persuading people and accustomed to having his proposals accepted. Before Vito speaks, Sonny responds, and Sonny's response is visibly enthusiastic. The money, he says, is too good to walk away from. This is a mistake, and Vito registers it. Sonny has shown the family's internal division before any position has been taken, has demonstrated to Sollozzo that the family is not of a single mind, and this display of their disagreement is itself a negotiating disadvantage. Vito addresses this with a look that contains an entire conversation. Then Vito speaks. His refusal is careful and complete. He declines the narcotics proposal with a firmness that makes clear the refusal is not an opening position in a negotiation. He explains his reasoning, partly for Sollozzo's benefit, and partly because his reasoning is genuine and not merely tactical. The drug trade will bring a different kind of scrutiny. The politicians and law enforcement figures that the Corleone family has relationships with have tolerated gambling and labor control and various other enterprises because these can be managed at an acceptable political cost. Narcotics carry a different moral weight in the public mind, a weight that their political allies cannot absorb without risk to themselves. He has spent decades building the specific relationships that protect the family, and Sollozzo's proposal threatens those relationships in ways the immediate financial benefit cannot compensate for. He offers to help broker the arrangement with another family if Sollozzo wants to pursue it, but he will not be the one to commit. Sollozzo receives this refusal with a composure that may or may not be entirely genuine. He thanks Vito for his time and leaves. The conversation in the study after his departure and between Sonny and Tom and their father makes clear that the refusal and Sonny's earlier eagerness will have consequences that are not yet fully visible. The consequences begin on an ordinary afternoon in the city. Vito goes to the market. He moves through the stalls with the absorbed attention of someone who takes the selection of good produce seriously, handling the oranges with the particular care of a person who knows the difference between a good orange and a mediocre one, and regards that difference as worth attending to. He pays for his purchases. He moves toward his car, and then men appear from between the stalls and from the surrounding street, and they shoot Vito Corleone multiple times at close range, and the oranges he is carrying scatter and roll across the pavement as he falls, bright against the gray of the street. And Vito goes down between the market stalls in the afternoon. His driver, Fredo, is present and is overwhelmed by the attack in the way that a certain kind of person is overwhelmed when confronted with violence that falls entirely outside the emotional register they are equipped to handle. He does not act. He cannot act. He falls to his knees in the street and cries, and the attackers escape, and Vito lies in the pavement, breathing shallowly. He is taken to a hospital. The wound is severe, and his survival is not certain. The family gathers at the compound with the controlled urgency of people dealing with a crisis that requires management even in grief. Tom Hagen is reached by phone and returns as quickly as travel allows. Sonny takes informal command with a heat and a fury that are both understandable and potentially dangerous. The anger of a man who needs to do something in response to something that cannot be immediately acted upon. Tom tries to slow the response, to think through the implications before committing to a position, which is his natural inclination and which is, in this case, the right one. The information available to them is incomplete. They do not yet know the full scope of what has been arranged against them. And acting without complete information, Sonny's instinct notwithstanding, would be reckless. Michael learns about the shooting from a news report. He is at dinner with Kay in the city, at a nice restaurant, in the middle of the ordinary business of two people deciding together what their life will look like. And the news reaches him from outside this conversation like a stone through glass. He calls home immediately and speaks with Tom, who tells him what has happened and tells him to go to the family. Michael returns to Long Island. The quiet conversation he was having with Kay, the one about their future, their plans, the shape of the life they might build, is suspended without being ended. He does not yet know that it is suspended indefinitely. At the hospital, Michael arrives to find his father's room insufficiently guarded. The police officers who should have been stationed there have been removed, withdrawn through the deliberate intervention of a corrupt police captain named McCluskey, whose connection to Sollozzo's interests will become clearer as events develop. Michael understands immediately that this absence is not a logistical accident. He moves Vito's bed. He arranges such protection as he can manage with the people available to him. He stays through the night. In the corridor outside Vito's room, Michael encounters Enzo, the baker, who has come to the hospital simply because loyalty and fear brought him here and because he did not know what else to do. He is not a man of the family's world. He does not have skills that apply to this situation. He arrived at the hospital because Vito Corleone had once helped him, had intervened in an immigration matter that allowed Enzo to stay in the country, and Enzo's sense of obligation had brought him to this place even when everything useful he might do was unclear to him. Michael takes Enzo outside and asks him to stand at the entrance with him, to present the appearance of protection even without its substance. Enzo is frightened in the way of someone who has never been in this kind of situation and does not know how to inhabit his own body within it. But he stands his ground at the door. Cars approach on the dark street and then drive past. The night continues. Michael notices, standing in the cold outside the hospital, that his hands are completely still. He expected fear and found something else entirely. A deep quiet in himself, a calm that the crisis had produced rather than disrupted. And this discovery about his own nature is one of the most significant revelations of the film. Sonny is managing the situation at the compound with the volatile energy and the genuine grief of a man who loves his father and has been made furious by what has been done to him. He moves between anger and calculation, and back to anger with a rhythm that Tom is attempting, not entirely successfully, to moderate. Their conversation covers territory that has no good answers. How to respond proportionally, what to do about Solozzo, what to do about the Tattaglia family, what exposure they have and what leverage they retain. Tom is always trying to think ahead of the immediate. Sonny is always pressing for the immediate response. Solozzo requests a meeting. He wants to speak directly with whoever is leading the family now to make clear his position and determine whether the changed circumstances, with Vito incapacitated, alter the Corleone family's previous refusal. The request is handled with suspicion, but is ultimately accepted. And the question of who will attend becomes a significant consideration. They need someone who is clearly peripheral to the family's actual operations. Someone Solozzo will assess as unthreatening. Someone whose presence at the meeting will be interpreted as a gesture of caution rather than a gathering of strength. Michael proposes himself. He presents his own reasoning. He is the college-educated son who went to war for the country rather than for the family, who has been visibly distant from the family business, whose presence at the meeting would be read by Solozzo as confirmation that the Corleone family is sending its most civilian member as a signal of good faith. Sonny's initial reaction is a short, incredulous laugh. Mike, the college boy, proposing to sit across a table from Solozzo. But Michael continues, and his argument is coherent and strategic, and eventually the plan takes shape around his proposal. The plan has a second element, and this is where Michael's composure in formulating it becomes most remarkable. If Michael can get to the meeting without a weapon, if Solozzo and his men search him and find him clean, which they will do, then there needs to be a weapon waiting at the location of the meeting, placed in advance somewhere that the search would not locate. Clemenza, one of the family's trusted captains, is charged with arranging this. The weapon will be in the bathroom of the restaurant in the Bronx where the meeting will take place. Michael will excuse himself during the meeting, retrieve the weapon, return, and kill Sollozzo and McCluskey at the table. The killing of a police officer, even a corrupt one, will bring enormous attention and pressure. Everyone in the room understands this. Michael proposes it anyway, with the quiet certainty of someone who has done the calculation and arrived at a conclusion. Clemenza, practical as always, provides Michael with specific and mundane advice about the restaurant meeting and about guns. He tells him to leave the gun and take the cannoli. His relationship to crisis has the flat procedural quality of someone who has been through many of them. And his instructions to Michael carry the same tone. This is what you do. This is how you do it. These are the things that matter, and these are the things that don't. The night of the meeting arrives. Michael is driven through the city in the dark, through streets wet from earlier rain, the lights of the city reflecting in the puddles, and on the asphalt, in the way that city lights always do on wet streets, scattered, displaced, somehow more present for being reflected than they would be simply overhead. The restaurant is in the Bronx, small and plainly decorated, the kind of place that has regulars and serves good food without making a particular production of either. Sollozzo is already inside when Michael arrives. McCluskey, the police captain, is with him. Large and comfortable in the way of men who have arranged things to their advantage for so long that the arrangement feels like the natural order. The search happens at the entrance. Michael is patted down thoroughly and found clean. He goes to the table. The conversation begins. Sollozzo speaks partly in Sicilian. He does not know that Michael understands Sicilian, and the subtitles reveal what the Sicilian conversation contains, while Michael's face gives nothing away. There is some plain language negotiation, too, conducted in English, during which Sollozzo makes his case again in the new circumstances, which now include Vito's survival. He has learned that Vito will recover, which changes some of the calculations. Michael listens to all of it with the attentive patience of someone who is waiting, not for the conversation to persuade him of anything, but for the right moment. He asks to use the bathroom. Sollozzo gestures his consent. McCluskey glances in the direction of the bathroom, untroubled. Michael walks back through the restaurant to the narrow corridor that leads to the bathroom, a modest space tiled in white. He goes to the toilet tank, feels behind it, and finds the gun where Clemenza's contact placed it, taped to the porcelain, cold and heavy in his hand. He takes it. He holds it for a moment in the small bathroom. He looks at his own reflection briefly. Then he puts the gun inside his jacket and walks back to the table. He sits. He is entirely still. The food has arrived and sits on the table between them. Sollozzo continues speaking. McCluskey cuts his steak. And then Michael shoots Sollozzo across the table at very close range. And then he shoots McCluskey. And the two shots in the small restaurant are extremely loud, and the room fills with screaming and running, and Michael stands, drops the gun on the floor as he was instructed to do, and walks out into the Bronx night. He is moved out of New York almost immediately before dawn, while the city is still processing what has happened at the restaurant. He travels to Sicily, to the ancestral homeland of the Corleone family, to wait in safety while the enormous consequences of what he did settle into their eventual configuration. The departure is quick and without ceremony. He does not speak to Kay. The life he was living when the wedding day began, the one at the garden table, the one where he told her it wasn't him, is left behind without formal conclusion. Cicely receives Michael in the tones of late summer, ochre stone and dry hillsides and the deep blue of afternoon sky and the slow quality of life in small towns that have existed in roughly the same form for centuries. He is taken under the protection of a man named Tomasino, who manages the Corleone interests in the region and who provides Michael with a degree of security and the basic requirements of daily life. Michael moves through the Sicilian landscape with the unhurried pace of someone who has nowhere particular to go and who is, for the first time in a long while, outside the reach of the immediate crisis. He walks. He sits in the afternoons. He speaks Italian to the people around him and listens to the particular rhythms of Sicilian speech, which is different from the Italian he knows in ways that are interesting rather than obstructive. During one of his walks through the countryside, accompanied by Tomasino and a few men, Michael sees a young woman crossing a field with her father and other members of her household. She is dark-haired and moves with a particular lightness. The effect on Michael is immediate and complete. The kind of sudden attention that has no good rational explanation and does not particularly require one. He asks Tomasino about her. Her name is Apollonia Vitelli. Her father runs a local tavern. Tomasino explains that the proper way to approach her is through her father, formally, and that this is not a context that tolerates informality. Michael goes to the father and presents himself with the careful formality the situation requires. He speaks Italian. He is respectful and clear about his intentions. The courtship proceeds through its proper stages. Supervised visits, family gatherings, the slow construction of trust through demonstrated propriety. And eventually, they are married. The wedding is a small and quiet local event, entirely different from the elaborate garden production of Connie's wedding that opened the film, and this contrast is itself meaningful. Michael's Sicilian marriage has the quality of something built from very simple materials, close to the ground, without display. Apollonia is lively and curious and warm. She asks Michael to teach her to drive, and he does, in the open land near the farmhouse where they live. She sits behind the wheel with the focused enthusiasm of someone learning something they genuinely want to learn, and Michael instructs her with the patient care of someone who is happy to be doing this particular thing in this particular afternoon light. Their life together in Sicily has a suspended, golden quality that belongs to a world deliberately removed from the other world. They are tender with each other. Michael's customary stillness softens in her company, becoming something warmer and more open without losing its essential composure. One morning, Apollonia goes to start the car that Tomasino's man has arranged for Michael's transportation to a meeting. Michael watches from the doorway of the farmhouse as she crosses the courtyard. She opens the car door. She gets in. She turns the key. The car explodes with a force that throws Michael backward into the doorway and shakes the walls of the farmhouse and fills the courtyard with fire and smoke. The bomb had been placed for him. It killed her. The discovery, when he recovers enough to understand what has happened, changes the expression on Michael's face in a way that will not fully resolve for the remainder of the film. In New York, The war between the families has continued through the period of Michael's absence in Sicily. Sonny has been managing the Corleone position with his characteristic combination of genuine strategic ability and volcanic temperament, trying to hold the family's ground while the situation shifts and develops around him. He has also discovered that his brother-in-law, Carlo, has been hitting Connie, that the marriage that was celebrated with such warmth in the opening garden has deteriorated into something that Carlo expresses through violence in private, while maintaining an entirely different presentation in public. Sonny responds to this discovery with the directness that is his only mode. He finds Carlo in the street and beats him with an efficiency and a ferocity that is both completely predictable and entirely disproportionate as a strategic action. He beats Carlo to the ground and continues after Carlo is on the ground, and the street around them fills with people watching while Sonny works through his anger with his hands and a trash can lid and whatever else is available. When he is done, he makes his threat very plain. If it happens again, Carlo will answer to him in a more permanent way. Carlo Rizzi, lying in the street after Sonny has gone, is calculating. He is a resentful man and an ambitious one, and his resentment at this point has reached a level that supersedes whatever caution or loyalty might have moderated his thinking in earlier circumstances. He makes contact with the Barzini family, one of the most powerful of the other New York families, led by a man named Emilio Barzini, who has been a significant force behind much of the pressure on the Corleones since the original attempt on Vito's life. Carlo begins providing information. He is specific and useful. And when the moment comes to be most useful, Carlo arranges it carefully. He stages a scene with Connie. He provokes her until she calls home in genuine distress, and the distress in her voice, however it was produced, is real. Sonny receives the call at the compound, and his response is exactly what anyone who knew him would have predicted. He gets in his car immediately, alone, without calling ahead, without waiting for an escort or any kind of security arrangement, driving with the urgency of a man who is going to his sister right now and cannot be convinced to slow down. The route to the city from Long Island takes him through the Jones Beach Causeway, through the toll booths on the Causeway Road. At the toll booth, he stops. He reaches out to pay. Cars have positioned themselves around him on all sides while he was moving, falling into place with the quiet precision of people who knew exactly where he was going and at what speed. The doors of the surrounding cars open and men emerge, and the shooting begins from multiple directions simultaneously. A coordinated and sustained act of violence conducted in a public location in broad afternoon light. The kind of thing that is appalling in its ordinariness, in the fact that it happens on a highway toll booth between perfectly ordinary concrete barriers and perfectly ordinary lanes of traffic. Sonny is hit many times. He falls from his car onto the pavement. One of the men walks to where he has fallen and fires additional shots. Then the men get back into their cars and drive away, and Sonny Corleone lies on the causeway in the afternoon, and the ordinary operations of the toll booth are interrupted for the duration of the emergency response. Tom Hagen goes to identify the body. Then he drives to the house where Vito is recovering. The scene of Tom telling Vito that Sonny is dead is conducted with an extraordinary restraint. Vito receives the information with a stillness that is more affecting than any visible display of grief would be. His face barely moves, but what moves behind it is enormous. He collects himself with a visible effort of will that is not about suppressing emotion, but about channeling it toward the next necessary action. He thanks Tom for coming to tell him personally. He says they need to arrange a meeting. Then he is alone for a moment, and in that moment, briefly, the stillness breaks, and what the stillness was holding becomes briefly visible. Vito calls together the heads of the 5 families in a meeting room in the city. The 5 men sit at a long table, and Vito takes his place among them as the figure who has lost the most, and who is therefore the one whose willingness to make peace carries the most weight. He speaks deliberately and without heat. He does not accuse anyone directly of responsibility for what has been done to his family. He says he wants the war to end. He has buried a son. He does not wish to bury more of his family. He says that he will accept the situation as it has developed, that Solozzo's narcotics operation will move forward with the protection of all the families, and that he requires in return only one thing, the safety of Michael, who will be permitted to return from exile. Whoever moves against Michael, Vito tells the assembled men, that is the one he will know was responsible for all of it from the beginning. He says this quietly, without gesture, and the men at the table receive it in the way that quiet statements from very serious men are received, which is to say, with complete attention. The agreement is reached. Michael can come home. He returns to New York, thinner and quieter, carrying something in his bearing that Sicily gave him. A stillness that has been through fire and has come out the other side of fire, and is now something different from the stillness he had before. He finds Kay through a letter. He writes to her directly, and she comes to see him, and he is honest with her in a way that is both more direct and more limited than honesty is sometimes understood to be. He tells her he is working for his father now, that this is the life he is living, and that he wants her to marry him. She could ask him many things. She asks him, "Michael, is it true? Is this what you're doing now?" He confirms it. She accepts him. The courtship this time is managed entirely on his terms, decided rather than unfolding, chosen with the clarity of someone who has moved past the point of gradual discovery. Vito, recovering and aged by everything that has happened, has begun the formal transfer of authority. He speaks to Michael about the family's situation with the measured care of a man who has been thinking about this conversation for a long time and has chosen every word deliberately. He talks about the peace that has been arranged and its fragility. He says that he expects someone inside the family has been providing information to their enemies, and that when the enemies make their next move against Michael, and he believes they will, the approach will come through a trusted figure, through someone Michael takes to be an ally. He does not know who, but he says that whoever comes to Michael with an arrangement, whoever brings a meeting or a proposition from the Barzini side, that will be the traitor. He is handing Michael the map of the territory that is coming. The family's operations reorganize around Michael's formal assumption of his father's role. He is present in the office now. He takes meetings. He makes decisions. He carries the title that was once his father's, Don Corleone, though this is not yet said aloud in the scene. The household accommodates this transition with the practiced ease of an institution that has been through transitions before. Michael moves into the seat behind the desk with a naturalness that suggests he has, on some level, always known where this desk was. Vito continues his domestic life alongside these changes. He tends his garden. He plants tomatoes in the Long Island soil with the attentive care of someone who has done this every season for years and who finds in the work a pleasure that the rest of his life, complicated as it has always been, does not offer in quite the same way. He moves between the rows with the patient concentration of a gardener who has strong preferences about the proper distance between plants, about watering schedules, about which tools are correct for which tasks. His grandchildren play in the yard and he plays with them, becomes theatrical and playful in their presence in the way he is theatrical and playful nowhere else, chasing them with a growl, letting himself be chased, sitting in the grass with them. On one of these afternoons, in the full sunlight of the garden, between the rows of tomatoes, Vito sits down in his chair and dies. He has been chasing his grandson through the plants, the game going at its usual joyful speed. And then he sits in his garden chair in the warmth and is still. The child continues playing a little distance away, unaware. A watering can rests on the path nearby. The tomato plants are green and heavy with fruit. The light is warm. The man in the chair is very quiet. He does not die in the street or in the dark of a room or with any of the violence that surrounded so much of the life he built. He dies in the garden. This feels significant. It feels like a form of grace that the film offers without commentary, without the suggestion that he deserves it or doesn't, simply as the fact of how it happened. In the period following Vito's death, Michael works with the methodical patience that is his most distinctive quality. He is not sunny. He does not move from anger. He is not Tom. He is not trying to find the minimum necessary intervention. He is something his father recognized and something that the situation now requires. A man who can see the full shape of a problem and wait until the moment when all of it can be addressed at once, and then address all of it at once. He watches. He waits. He builds his understanding. He visits Nevada to address the Corleone interests there. The meeting with Mo Green, who runs the casinos and who has a particular sense of his own importance in the arrangement, is uncomfortable in the specific way of a meeting where one party believes the terms have changed and the other party does not yet accept this. Green says certain things about Fredo that are accurate and that Michael absorbs without visible response. Green is not disposed to be purchased out of his position by an offer he considers insufficient for what he brings to the operation. The meeting ends without resolution, but Michael's stillness during it is of the kind that contains a conclusion that has already been reached internally. Fredo's situation has settled into a difficult configuration. After the failure, at the time of his father's shooting, the moment in the street when he fell apart and could not act and wept while the attackers escaped, Fredo has been in Nevada, away from the center of things, managing the casinos alongside Green. His gentleness and his warmth, and the particular quality of bewilderment he carries within the family's world, all continue to be visible. He is not equipped for what is required of him, And everyone, including Fredo, understands this, though the full consequences of his inadequacy for what will be required of him have not yet arrived. The threads of what will become the film's final act have been gathering throughout the months that Michael has been back in New York. Connie and Carlo's marriage has continued its downward trajectory. Carlo has continued providing whatever information and access he can to the forces aligned against the Corleones. His resentment and his calculation both having grown in the months since the incident on the street. His usefulness has been recognized and reciprocated by the people he serves. And this recognition has encouraged the continuation and the deepening of his betrayal. Michael has been watching all of these elements. He has been building toward a coordinated response that will address the accumulated threats and treacheries of the preceding period simultaneously, at a moment when he has sufficient information and control to make the response comprehensive. The occasion he selects as his frame is his godfather role at the christening of Connie and Carlo's child. He will be in a church, at an altar, performing the rituals of faith on behalf of an infant, while the men he has positioned carry out their assignments across the city. The christening is conducted in a large Catholic church with the full ceremonial weight of the sacrament. Michael stands at the altar with the priest holding the infant, answering the formal questions of the baptismal rite. He is dressed formally. His face is composed with the particular quality of seriousness that sacred occasions call for. The priest asks, "Do you renounce Satan and as his works, and all his pomps?" Michael answers in the required form, his voice clear in the high stone interior of the church. The film cuts away from the church. It returns. It cuts away again. Each time it cuts away, it shows another part of what is happening in the city while Michael stands at the altar. A man rides an elevator upward in a hotel. Another man approaches a barber shop. Another sits waiting in a restaurant. These are the heads of the competing families, and the men positioned to reach them are moving through the city with the efficient quiet of people who have prepared carefully. Each sequence arrives at its conclusion. Each target is reached. Each assignment is completed. The film returns to the church between each of these events. Back to Michael at the altar, back to the Latin words of the sacrament, back to the infant in his arms, and the candles, and the incense, and the gravity of the old ritual. The cross-cutting is sustained and methodical. It is one of the most formally ambitious sequences in American cinema, and its meaning operates on several levels simultaneously. Most immediately, it creates a structural irony. The sacred and the violent braided together, the ceremony of spiritual renewal running parallel with acts of decisive killing. But the sequence also says something about how Michael operates, that the compartmentalization that allowed him to propose the plan in the first place, to stand at the altar and answer the questions of faith while directing the deaths of multiple men, is not strategic calculation in the usual sense. It is a quality of interior organization that is more profound and more disturbing than calculation. He is not being hypocritical at the altar. He is being exactly who he has become. After the christening is over, Carlo Rizzi is brought to Michael's presence. He is nervous and attempting to conceal his nervousness with the surface composure of someone who has made a calculated bet on Michael's mercy and is hoping the calculation was correct. Michael confronts him directly. He tells Carlo that he knows what Carlo arranged, that Carlo set up the circumstances that killed Sonny. He tells Carlo that he is not going to be killed. He will be sent away, out of New York, and his life will be spared. He says this with the even, reasonable tone of someone explaining the terms of an arrangement. Carlo, whose calculation turns out to have included a genuine hope that Michael's word could be taken at face value, accepts this. He confirms what he did. He provides whatever details Michael wants. He gets into the back seat of a car that will take him to the airport. The car moves through the compound. In the front seat, a man named Neri takes the wheel. The other front passenger produces a length of wire. It happens very quickly, the wire coming over the seat and around Carlo's throat, while Carlo grabs at it and cannot get purchase, and the car rocks on the gravel of the compound drive, and the afternoon light moves in shifting bars through the windows. Carlo dies in the back seat. The car door is open and he falls partway out and rests partly on the pavement. The compound is quiet around the car. The gates are closed. The afternoon continues. Connie arrives at the Corleone house, having learned what happened to Carlo, and she confronts Michael in the hallway with all of the grief and fury that she has accumulated across the entirety of the film. The bad marriage, the violence, the sense of being managed and arranged and used by the world of men that surrounds her. She screams at her brother. She accuses him of ordering Carlo's death, of using the christening as a cover for murder, of being a monster wearing a respectable face. She is not wrong about the facts, and her grief is entirely genuine. And Michael manages her with the calm efficiency of someone for whom the expression of grief, however genuine, is a situation requiring management rather than a reality requiring engagement. She is taken upstairs. Something is given to her to help her rest. The hallway goes quiet. Kay watches this from a short distance. She has heard everything Connie said. She finds Michael when the immediate crisis has been handled and asks him directly whether it is true, whether he ordered those murders. This is the question that has been building beneath the entire film, the one that stands at the threshold between the life Kay thought she entered and the life she has actually entered. Michael looks at her. He tells her no. He asks her to believe him. She searches his face and she finds what she needs to find there, or what she decides she needs to find, or what she cannot refuse to find, the three possibilities being very difficult to distinguish from one another. She says she believes him. She takes his face in her hands. Yeah. The scene is tender and terrible simultaneously. The film's final sequence is composed with the static precision of a painting. Kay is in the kitchen at some small distance from the room where Michael is receiving people. Through the doorway, she can see the interior of the other room. Men come to Michael one after another, and each of them greets him and addresses him and kisses his hand and calls him Don Corleone. They are paying court to him in the ancient manner, acknowledging the transfer of power, affirming the new order. Michael sits and receives this without visible pleasure, as though the acknowledgement is simply the form that the situation takes. Kay watches through the partly open door. The door swings. The last man to enter is the last man the film shows us. And then the door is closed and the frame is dark, and the film ends. Now that the story is gently unfolded, it can be interesting to reflect on some of the ideas behind the film. The Godfather is, at its deepest level, a film about inheritance. Not the inheritance of property or position, though those are present, but the inheritance of self. What does a person receive from the family they are born into that they cannot easily refuse? What is transmitted through name and an expectation and the weight of accumulated history? And how does someone navigate the life they have been given alongside the life they might have chosen? Michael Corleone is the film's complete and carefully constructed answer to these questions, and the answer resists comfortable resolution. He does not become his father through compulsion. He becomes his father through a sequence of choices, each of which has its own internal logic, each of which is made within the specific circumstances that the preceding choice has created, until the accumulated movement of all these choices has carried him somewhere that no single one of them, considered alone, would have indicated. The film is careful to establish who Michael is before the transformation begins. The young man at the wedding table is not naive and is not lying to Kay when he distinguishes himself from his family. He genuinely understands himself as separate from their world. He went to college and then volunteered for the Marines, both of which are departures from the family's pattern. He brought Kay, and who comes from outside this world entirely, as his companion to the family occasion, which is its own declaration of where he intends to live. His self-understanding, as different from his family, is authentic, not a pose. But it is also a self-understanding built in deliberate opposition to his origins, an identity constructed in opposition to something is always somewhat dependent on the thing it is opposing. When the family is threatened in a way that activates everything Michael most deeply is, his intelligence, his composure, his genuine love for his father, his strategic mind, the particular quality of calm he has under pressure. The oppositional self he constructed begins to dissolve back into the self that the family would have made of him if he had stayed. The shooting of Sollozzo and McCluskey is the hinge moment, and the film prepares for it with great care. Michael's decision to propose the plan himself is not an act of vengeance exactly. It is an act of problem-solving by a particular kind of mind that sees a situation clearly and moves toward the cleanest available solution. He does not decide to kill Sollozzo from emotion. He decides from assessment. But the decision is also, on another level, a decision to step inside the family's world rather than remain at its edge. Once he has sat at that table in the Bronx and used the family's method to resolve the family's problem, the self-described distance he maintained at the wedding table is no longer available in the same way. He has operated within the family's logic. He has used what the family uses. He has, for the first time, been genuinely inside rather than adjacent. Sicily functions in the film's structure as a liminal space, a place between the world Michael left and the world he will return to, a space in which the transformation that began at the restaurant has time and room to continue without the pressure of immediate events. In Sicily, he is in his family's landscape of origin, surrounded by people who know him only as a man who arrived from elsewhere. And this stripping away of his history creates a temporary space of openness. Apollonia represents a real alternative, a life built from that point forward in that place, without the history that preceded it. Her death closes this alternative with a violence that is both terrible as an event and significant as a narrative function. The man who returns from Sicily has been through something that removed the last concrete possibility of a different future. He comes back having lost Apollonia and having survived an attempt on his own life. And both of these facts have done something to the remaining openness in him. He comes back to New York already knowing, at some level, that he may not yet have made fully conscious that he is coming back for good. Vito Corleone is one of the most carefully constructed figures in American film, partly because the performance at the center of the character is extraordinary in its physical and vocal specificity, and partly because the writing gives him dimensions that are not resolved into simple moral categories. He is a man who has built an empire of organized violence, who has extracted money through fear, who has corrupted officials and suborned judges and arranged deaths. And the film does not pretend otherwise. But it is also genuinely interested in the interior life of a man like this, in what he values and what he protects and what he might regret. Vito came from Sicily with nothing. He arrived in America through immigration processing as a child, bearing a different name, carrying nothing that the new country would immediately recognize as valuable. He built what he built through the means that were available to him. A community that needed protection and did not always receive it from official institutions. A network of reciprocal obligation constructed over decades. A reputation for keeping his word that became, over time, one of the most valuable things he possessed. The film does not excuse the violence at the foundation of his world, but it is interest in the coherence of the moral code he operates within. He does not operate without ethics. He operates within a different ethics, one organized around loyalty and family and the specific obligations that exist between people who have made each other promises. His relationship with Michael is the most emotionally complex thread in the film. He says explicitly in the late conversation in the garden that he had wanted something different for his youngest son. The university, the law, an honorable public career, these were the alternative Vito imagined for Michael, a son who would live in the legitimate world, who would be, as Vito says, with the particular weight of a man contemplating his own work honestly, different from him. He is too clear-eyed not to acknowledge the irony of where Michael has arrived. The world Vito built required what it required, and his son responded to those requirements, and the outcome? Michael behind the desk, receiving the hands of men who call him Don, is something Vito can recognize as the result of his own work, even while it represents the failure of the alternative he hoped for. He speaks about this in the garden, with the restraint of a man who has made peace with many things he cannot change. His death in the garden is among the most deliberate and meaningful moments in the film. Vito Corleone has spent decades in the company of violence and has caused more deaths than the film enumerates. He dies between his tomato plants on a warm afternoon while playing with a grandchild. The gentleness of his dying, the absolute ordinariness of the garden, the child playing nearby, the watering can, the full sunlight, is not offered as irony or as comment on the disproportion between his life's violence and his peaceful end. It seems instead to reflect the film's genuine belief that the Vito who tended the garden and chased the grandchildren and loved his wife was not a different person from the one who built the empire, but the same person in another register. That the capacity for genuine domestic love and the capacity for ruthless organized violence lived together in him without contradiction, because both of them served the same deepest value, which was the protection and continuation of his family. Tom Hagen is a figure who repays attention that the film's more dramatic events sometimes pull away from him. He is defined by his in-betweenness, raised as a Corleone without being one by blood, trained in law while working entirely outside it, neither fully Italian nor fully assimilated, operating as the family's counselor, from a position that other men in this world periodically remind him is not entirely legitimate. He absorbs the repeated diminishments with the equanimity of someone who decided long ago that his identity would be built on what he does rather than on what others say about what he is. He is the film's most consistently rational presence, always calculating costs, always looking for the solution that minimizes damage across the widest range of considerations, always trying to slow the immediate response long enough to think about consequences. This rationality is his greatest strength, and also, as Michael's leadership style becomes clear, somewhat misaligned with what the situation now requires. Michael does not need a moderating intelligence at his shoulder. He needs people who can execute absolute decisions without hesitation. And Tom's nature, which inclines toward the considered middle path, does not fit cleanly in this new configuration. Sonny's psychological portrait is legible and genuinely tragic. He is not a simple character, despite being the film's most externalized one. His intelligence is real. His strategic instincts are often correct. His assessments of people generally accurate. His genuine love for his family deep and unreserved. But the intelligence and the love are inseparable from the impulsiveness, and the impulsiveness is what his enemies learn to exploit. He dies because he cannot hear that his sister is in distress and stay in place. The love that runs toward Connie is the same force that drives him onto the causeway alone without escort, and his enemies understand this completely and use it exactly. His death is engineered specifically around the gap between what he knows and what he does, between the strategic understanding he possesses when he is thinking clearly and the reactive urgency that overtakes his thinking when someone he loves is threatened. He dies of love as much as anything else. And the film seems to hold this truth alongside the brutality of the specific violence, without allowing one to dissolve the other. The women in the Corleone household exist in a space that the film describes with precision, without ever making it the subject of sustained, explicit attention. Carmela Corleone, the mother, lives within the domestic world of the household with the practiced composure of someone who has long since made her accommodations with what her husband's life requires and what it costs. She knows, in the way wives of such men always know, what the world outside the kitchen and the garden contains. But this knowledge is held at a distance that she has learned over decades of marriage to maintain. Her grief at Sonny's death is enormous and undisguised. It does not pass through any code or any restraint. It is simply vast. She simply suffers with the totality of a parent who has outlived a child. Connie's situation is more overtly troubled. She has married a man who presented himself as something other than what he turned out to be, and the marriage has become a site of ongoing harm that she cannot easily leave without acknowledging publicly what it contains. The life the marriage was supposed to provide, the position, the connection to the Corleone family's wealth and name, the domestic stability she presumably expected, has not materialized in the form she imagined. Her final confrontation with Michael is the film's most direct expression of what the family's world costs the women who live within it. She is screaming at her brother not only about Carlo, but about everything, about the powerlessness that has been her experience of being a woman in this particular family, about the way decisions were made around and about her, without her participation, about the specific cruelty of a brother who arranged her husband's death while standing at the altar of her child's baptism. Michael contains her with the calm of someone managing an expression of emotion that he has already accounted for and decided how to handle. Kay's position is the film's most complex meditation on knowledge and complicity. She is the figure through whose eyes the Corleone world is occasionally seen from outside. The person whose background and upbringing give her no prior context for what she is observing. She is not without intelligence or judgment, but she has accepted Michael's self-presentation at a series of moments when the full truth was available to her, and she chose, for reasons she may not have examined entirely, not to press for it. Her final scene, watching through the doorway, then watching the door close, is the film's definitive image of what complicity looks like in its domestic form. Not active participation, but acceptance of a boundary, the decision to remain on one side of a closed door, and call it not seeing rather than not looking. She has asked the central question and received the central lie and chosen to believe it, and the door closes on her choice and on the film simultaneously. The film's visual language carries its meaning with a consistency that rewards patient attention. The interiors of the Corleone household, the study, the offices, the corridors, are consistently and deliberately dim. Light falls in pools from specific sources rather than illuminating rooms generally, so that faces emerge from shadow and return to it, so that the dark seems to be the normal condition and the light the exception. This is not simply a period aesthetic. It is a continuous argument about the nature of the world being depicted, that this is a world in which visibility is partial and controlled, in which darkness is not absent light, but a chosen condition. Against this, the garden scenes are consistently and fully sunlit, The tomatoes are bright against their green. The sky is open and blue. Children move in full light. The contrast is sustained throughout the film and is among its most eloquent visual choices. The light of the domestic and the shadow of the operational, maintained as separate registers that occasionally interpenetrate. The orange is a specific and recurring visual element that operates as a kind of quiet signal throughout the film. Oranges appear when Vito is shot in the market. They are present at the meeting of the 5 families. They appear in domestic scenes and in moments of deliberation. The association between the orange, ordinary, edible, warm in color, entirely mundane, and the proximity of death or its threat is established early and sustained through the film without ever being made explicit. The film does not point at the oranges and then ask the audience to notice them. It simply places them where they are. And the cumulative effect of their recurrence is a slightly uncanny sense that something ordinary and something terrible have been placed in deliberate relation, without the film requiring the viewer to decode this relation into a fixed meaning. The baptism sequence is the film's most formally ambitious construction and its most complete statement of what it believes about Michael Corleone by the time the film ends. Michael stands at the altar and answers the questions of the sacramental rite. Do you renounce Satan? I do renounce him. While his men are carrying out the deaths of multiple people across the city. The irony operates, but it is not a simple irony about hypocrisy, not a straightforward comment on the gap between religious observance and violent behavior. It is more precise and more disturbing than that. Michael at the altar is not performing belief while knowing himself to be without it. He is genuinely present to the ceremony, genuinely performing the role of godfather to his nephew in the serious way that the role requires. And simultaneously, he is directing the deaths of the men who threaten his family. Both of these things are true at once, and they coexist in him without apparent conflict. And this coexistence is the film's most difficult and most honest insight about what power does to the self over time, that it creates the capacity to hold contradictory realities in parallel without the dissonance becoming intolerable, because the self that would feel the dissonance has been reorganized around different priorities. The closing image of the film, Kay watching through the doorway while the men come to Michael and kiss his hand and call him Don Corleone, and then the door swinging shut between Kay and that room, is the film's final and complete statement. The door closes on Kay's view. The door closes on the film. And what the door is closing is the possibility of the life Michael described at the wedding table. The life where it was not him. The life where his family was one thing and he was another. That life is definitively over. The door that closes is the door between two worlds, and it closes with Kay on the domestic side and the Michael on the other. And the terms of what their marriage will be, what she will see and what she will not see, are established by this single, quiet, definitive act of a door being closed. And so the story of The Godfather leaves us with a quiet and enduring understanding that the self is not fixed, that it can be remade by choices that feel, in the moment of their making, like responses to necessity rather than definitions of character. Michael Corleone believed he was one kind of person, and the belief was sincere, and the belief was undone not by force, but by love and intelligence and the particular quality of calm he possessed under pressure. All of his best qualities put in service of a transformation he did not fully recognize as transformation until the door was already closing. The oranges scatter across the pavement. The candles burn at the altar. The door swings shut. Good night.